when you join, I'll promote you to a panelist.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I know.
What are you joining as CB2, Michael, or are you?
CB2.
CB3. What's
Hey, evening, how you doing?
Oh, you're under Michael. All right. You are now
We now have sold these to that area. Yeah. Hey, there. No, yes. Second and third. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the August 19th meeting of the Manhattan Community Board 3 SLA Committee. We are going to go ahead and start with a roll call. Stephen Ballinger. Here. John Fout. Here. Michael Lavardo. Here. Clint Smeltzer. Here. Guillermo Luca.
Here.
Okay. Let me, before we begin, I'm just going to go through, we did have a couple items that were withdrawn. And those items are not going to be on the agenda this evening, but please watch the calendar because they may be back in the future. Those items are number 8, Waypoint Cafe, 109 Ludlow Street, has withdrawn for this evening. Ixla, which was 299 Bowery, has also withdrawn. Again, those, if you are here for those items, they will not be heard, and they may be on at a future date. That being said, we're going to go ahead and get started.
You want to mention the one with no petitions to see if it's not.
Yes. So we have 2 items tonight that we have not received the petition signatures for. Item number 4, Pineapple Club, 509 East 6th Street.
They came in about an hour.
Yeah.
Did they just come in?
Okay, so we'll speak to you about that then, but we will hear that item. The other item is number 15, Cuts and Slices, 321 East Houston Street. If you are the applicant, please raise your Zoom hand for that item. Yeah.
I'm being told the sound quality isn't good.
You want to use that microphone then?
I think our tables are a little forward. If we want to slide back just a little bit. So we're.
Hi.
So,
Hello.
we have not received any petition signatures from you. Do you have them?
Yes.
Yes.
We thought we sent them.
We checked emails. We checked with Ed. Can you go ahead and email those over to me?
Yes. Let me see.
So my email address, I'll give it to you quickly. It's SLA chair.
He's giving it to you right now. Hold on one second. SLA chair.
CB3 Manhattan.
Echo as an echo.
No, C is in Charlie, C is community, B is in board, 3, and then Manhattan.org. So if you can email those over, we can take a look at those. Normally, I mean, those are due Wednesday before the meeting, and if they're not, we haven't received them, we won't hear your item. If you have them, I guess we can accept them for now, but, okay.
Yeah, I think she sent them. I'll double check because I was CC'd on the email. So I'll double check. So you said,
Send it over.
I'll send it over right now. SLA Chair CB3 at manhattan.org.
SLA chair at cp3manhattan.org.
Maybe we can put it in the chat.
Yeah, we can put it in the chat for you too.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and we'll take you as we go in order as well. But I just wanted to start the meeting. If it wasn't here, then we wouldn't be hearing you. You wouldn't have to sit through the night.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna start. We have one item of housekeeping or it's administrative. As everyone knows, there's a new program for the outdoor dining. And we have some stipulations and guidelines that we're putting together to deal with the new procedures. And I think all of the committee members should have a copy, but I'm going to read through this quickly. And so basically what this is, the city's put a new process in place. The community boards don't really have a lot of opportunity for input in this program. They give us a 30-day comment period, which doesn't allow us enough time to hear at a committee versus hear at a full board. So basically, they're having to go through without having community board input.
Can we give a little bit more context to that?
Oh, yeah.
So the program is being run by Department of Transportation. And we've always worked very collaboratively with. The administration has decided they really don't want community boards interfering at all with the Dining Act. And they've made it very, very clear they don't want to hear from us. So one of the first things that happen is the legislation only calls for a 30-day comment period. It is impossible for community board to properly, the way we do SLA and other committees, put something on the agenda for public notice, then hear it the next month and the full board vote. They have created a portal. Months ago, they created a portal. The city agencies for many of the things we deal with, like street events, just a lot of different issues. We have an interagency portal, and we go in on the portal, we approve things on the portal. They have created a portal for this. Applications should be public information. They will not allow us access to the portal. The applicants have access to the portal, agency has access to the portal. But they're saying there's a technical glitch that for months and months will not allow community boards to have access to the portal. So we know we have at least 100 in line for us right now, applications in line for us right now. We can't see them. They won't tell them what we have. I've been told I have to foil it to get the information. This is to do our job. So the context that I'm trying to say is that we want to streamline. We have hundreds of applications. We want to streamline the process, which both the applicants and the community board will certainly benefit from. It's a lot of work for the office, but the city won't allow us to do this, and DOT won't allow us to do this. So this is in two parts. Part of this, if you read the first part, is acknowledging that we're doing what we're doing because the city does not want community board input. And then the second part is a result of conversations with the SLA chair. So thank you for allowing me to do that.
Okay, so that's the background. So this is the resolution that we put together. It's whereas dining out applications for both sidewalk cafes and roadbed sheds are expected to be in hundreds within a short amount of time. Whereas the city is allowing a 30-day comment period for community boards, which does not allow for scheduling on next month's calendar for committee review and full board vote. Whereas DOT will not allow community boards access to the dining out portal and access to submitted applications, so the community boards can plan ahead to schedule and research the applications. Whereas CBs 1, 2, and 3 have met with the SLA chair to discuss the most efficient way to process applications to extend licenses to sidewalk cafes and roadbed sheds with stipulations that will be supported by the SLA. Therefore, it be resolved that Community Board 3 applies the following stipulations to all applications for the SLA to apply as a condition of their licenses. Also, therefore, it be resolved that CB3 has the ability to issue a waiver to a specific business to allow different stipulations. Therefore, also it be resolved that roadbed sheds with significant adverse history can be denied by the office if there is not time to put on the committee agenda to be reviewed before the city council hearing. The stipulations we are requesting are: I will close all outdoor seating by 10 p.m. All outdoor dining patrons will be seated at tables. I will not have music, amplified sound, or TVs outdoor as per the open dining guidelines. And I will remove all outdoor speakers. For sidewalk seating, I will comply with DOT guidelines, and I will have tables and chairs. For roadbed seating, I will comply with DOT guidelines, and I will have tables and chairs. I will have staff person responsible for ensuring no loiters, noise crowds. I will post these stipulations beside my liquor license, and residents may contact the owner manager at the number below. So
And these are not new, these are the same ones we.
these are essentially the same as what we've been using for our administrative approvals for a long time. We just added some specifics for the 10 p.m. closing and seated tables to apply to the new program. So
We actually voted on that last.
yes, we did actually go.
Yeah, so it's the first paragraph, so.
Yeah, so it's the whereas clauses and therefore clauses at the beginning of this that are the new resolution that we're voting on. Will then go to the full board in September. Do I have a second for that motion or actually any comments, changes, corrections to that?
There's a typo in the second line.
Okay, go to the second.
Hundreds within.
Got it.
Hundreds within, yep, thank you. Okay, anything else, anyone? Second. Favor? Motion passes, so that will then move to the agenda for the full board that will be voted on. Okay, moving on to our agenda items this evening. First, we don't technically have any really cut and dry expedited items tonight. We have a couple that are simpler that I think we're going to try to take first to get them out of the way.
The one that.
So the first item we're going to take is number 6, Fisherman Hospitality Group, which is 47 Avenue B. Is your microphone on? They're asking if we can mute it. They said there's something that goes somewhere. Okay, so one moment we'll be promoting you to panelists so you can speak. We're at number 6. It's Fisherman's 47 Avenue B. Dominic Christopher again. Okay, I see Dominique. Dominic, sorry.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm also here with our attorney, Martin Miller. I think he logged in by calling in. I'm not sure if he's showing, but I can give it the last 4 digits if it shows 7383.
We're looking right now. Yes. Okay, we're promoting him right now. We're panelists so he can speak.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to, and this will be the way it will go for the rest of the item. I'm going to give a brief summary. We'll turn it over to you and your attorney or representative to give a summary or correct anything that I may have said. We'll open it up to the public, and then we'll turn it back to the committee for discussion and a vote. So I'm going to start with a brief summary of this application. Fisherman Hospitality Group doing business as to be determined is seeking a full on-premises liquor license in the premises located at 47 Avenue B between East 3rd Street and East 4th Street. This is an application for 33 tables, 110 seats, with no bar, serving seafood with a full kitchen and prep area, serving food. Now, you had on your application 1 hour before opening, 1 hour after closing. I think the kitchen is, so we require the kitchen to be open all hours of operation. You're saying it's opening 1 hour before and 1 hour after. Are you referring to your employees and the business? Is that what you're? Okay,
Correct.
we don't necessarily count that. We're just referring to the hours that you're open. So in this case, we say the kitchen will be open serving food during all hours of operation.
Correct. Okay.
So that's fine. There are 16 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location has been Lumia's Fish Market. Previously started out with a beer and wine license, was then subsequently upgraded to a full liquor license. Prior to that, it was vacant for many years. Prior to that, it was La Soup, which was in the end basically shut down by the SLA for many violations, and it was an extreme problem for the neighborhood. So we are a little sensitive to this area. This applicant has never previously been a licensed area license holder. We've received no support for this item or any opposition to this item from anyone in the neighborhood. 6 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They are proposing hours of Monday to Thursday, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., Friday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m., Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. They are not using any outdoor space. We'll have a closed fixed facade, ambient background recorded music only, no pub crawls, no unlimited drink specials, happy hours until 7. So, with all of that being said, Dominic, or did you promote? Or is he just not showing up because it's?
The other time he's on the phone.
Yeah.
But he's on here.
Okay. So,
Can you repeat what you said that you were sensitive about?
so this location for many years was called La Soup, which then moved over to the West Village. It was a huge problem for the neighborhood. It was shut down by the SLA in the end for violations. And it was vacant for many years, and then it became the previous business that was there was Lumia's Fish Market. Lumia's Fish Market with the beer and wine, and then was upgraded about 2 years later to a full license and just closed about a few months ago.
That was the problem. But Lamina's Fish Market wasn't an issue.
Wasn't necessarily the problem. She had a few problems in the beginning, but she got it under control. So all that being said, Dominic or Martin, do you have anything to add to what I just said?
Martin, is muted. Are you guys able to unmute him? But just for the quick synopsis of the background of the location, myself got familiar with it when it was called Lumia's Fish Market. We passed by, spoke to the owners, which mentioned that the current location will no longer be available. So we made a proposal. Okay, since our background is in hospitality and seafood, we wanted to create a more Epicurean, to continue the Epicurean experience within the Lower East Side. So as it relates to the background of the location, I'm not sure. I mean, you said La Soup.
Yes.
Yes, I'm familiar with the seafood because it's more of doing research as to their social media presence. With a background in analytics, we've looked at what their interactions are, and as you guys look through the petition, we've decided that okay, since this restaurant closed so abruptly, we wanted to get as much signatures as to get more feedback from residents in the community. So I think the numbers that we submitted was over 128 that pretty much looked at the menu that we presented and the entire concept that we're looking for. So since it's a seafood and it's a dining focused mostly on reservation, we looked at the questionnaire and said, okay, well, since it's mostly about cuisine, dining, we're not looking for any outdoor dining. We're not doing an application for outdoor dining, any music. It's just more of, say, a space where folks who enjoy seafood can really come and focus on the ambience that we have.
So one thing I want to add, Martin, I know you're on the phone and you're muted. If you press *6 on your phone, it will unmute you for Zoom if you would like to speak. Okay, either way, I'm I'm not sure if Martin's gonna be able to join us or not. He is on the Zoom, he is muted and we can't unmute him. He has to do that himself on the phone. But anyways, going back, so yes, you are proposing a full-fledged seafood restaurant with restaurant hours. You're not proposing live music, DJs, or anything else, which is fine. But I will say, as I said earlier, that block at one point was one of the worst blocks in the East Village, Avenue B between 3rd and 4th, and extending down to 2nd. And it took many years in a very organized block association to get that back under control, so it's actually livable for them. And they are concerned about, not necessarily concerned about your business per se, because they didn't come to the meeting tonight, but they're concerned, they don't want it to go back to the way it was. So just keeping that in mind.
I just want to add something briefly. So, I've been to the block meeting about 2 weeks ago, where IO and different assembly, state, and also council members were there, which actually shared concerns as to the issues that face Avenue B. So it was also an opportunity for Fisherman's Group, for myself, to be there and to present the concept, in person, as to what we're looking to do. So we totally understand, and it's definitely a neighborhood that we respect. And what we're trying to do is just to add to the food culture, the Epicurean lifestyle. So we're familiar with what tainted the neighborhood in the past, and we definitely understand there's few issues within the community. But for what we're looking to do is to have a venue where families, those who indulge in seafood, can actually come in and dine. So it's not looking to see more of a, say, party. That's not what the concept is about. It is offering more food and hospitality opportunities.
What group was that you met
No,
with?
it was 4th Street between B and C, it's a whole different group.
Oh, so that was I.O. Harrington, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was not.
Yeah, that's not the same block association that exists in your space, but regardless, we don't need to go any further. So yes, that's fine. I think we're all clear on the fact. I just wanted to make sure. I actually used to live on that next block, and it was a problem previously. But just want to make that clear that there is a very organized block association physically on that block, the 4th Street. It goes the 4th Street Lower Avenue Block Association, and they will. I guess, without another way to say it, they will be watching to make sure you're not a problem, because they know how to respond to complaints. So
definitely.
So but again, everything in your application indicates you clearly want to be a full-fledged restaurant, not a bar. The only other concern is that it is a very large space. It's 2 full floors and a whole lot of people. Sometimes that can be a problem, but it's pretty clear that you're not going to be a nightclub. You don't want to turn it into a nightclub. You're going to be a full-fledged restaurant.
Full-fed restaurant, seafood, and full alcohol. That's basic. Not a nightclub. We're looking to say, well, based on the application, close as early as possible.
We got here. We're good. I'm good with everything. I just clarify. Is there anyone here from the public who wanted to speak to this item? Please raise your hand. As I said, we received no complaints or support prior to the meeting, so I'm guessing there's probably not anyone here for this, but. Okay, seeing no one, does anyone on the committee have any questions about this item?
I recommend that you meet with the block association as soon as possible.
Yes. Well, we don't have a requirement that they meet with the block association.
But still.
The block association can reach out to them,
Okay. It'd be nice if they did.
so it's fine. The block association has their contact information as well, so that's up to them. Okay, anything else? If not, I think I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna put up on the screen the stipulation form, and I will read through them. This is what we'll be voting on. Okay, it is I, Dominic Christopher, as a representative of Fisherman's Hospitality Group, located at 47 Avenue B. My license type is a full liquor license. Will operate a full-service seafood restaurant with kitchen open and serving food during all its operation. Hours of operation will be Monday to Thursday, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., Friday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m., Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. You are not having security. There's soundproofing already installed. You have a closed fixed facade. I don't remember. I know, they did a lot of work on the front facade. Do those front windows currently open?
No, they don't open, only the door open. So there's two doors, but only one red bar, that's the only one that's opened.
Yeah, but so the front windows are fixed. They do not open, correct?
They don't open, correct, yeah.
Okay, just check, clarify that. I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. I will play ambient recorded background music only, will not apply for an alteration to the method of operation or for any operation without coming before CB3. I will not seek a change in class, it's already for liquor, so it's not applicable. I will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. I will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. I will have a happy hour that will end by 7 p.m. I will not have wait lines. I will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering. I will post the stipulation beside my liquor license, and residents may contact the manager owner at the number below. And it's Dominic Christopher, 212-466-6813.
Correct.
Okay. So that will be what we'll be voting on. You will then get this sent out to you for signatures and notarization. We're going to take a roll call vote now. John Fout.
Yes.
Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Guillermo.
Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael. Yes. Okay. So your application has been approved. It will, again, the office will be sending out the form with instructions on what to do. You'll need to get it signed, notarized, and back to the office in the time frame that they give you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So if just lastly, my phone is off. If anyone want to give me a call, I'll just charge it in about 5 minutes or so. But I have it available. Okay, just needs to be charged.
I don't think we'll be calling you tonight, so you'll be good.
You can go.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay. So the next item that was closest to an expedited item was number 10, sorry. First Avenue Dining LLC, 135 First Avenue. The applicants are here for that item. Please raise your Zoom hand. Sorry, number 10. It's First Avenue, and it's 135 First Avenue.
Hey, everyone, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So,
Hi, I just do want to let you know our lawyer, Frank Polillo, he called me right before the meeting started, letting me know that he was stuck in traffic and to give him a call and ask you all to skip until the next one. Is that something you're able to do?
sure, that's fine. Normally people want to get out of here, but for Frank, we'll wait for Frank. We'll make him wait a little longer. Okay,
Right,
so
he
we'll
said he needs
move on to
15
the
minutes
next
and he'll be
slide
out.
then, and we'll come back to you a little bit later.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Sure. Okay, next, so there's only one more, I think, that was relatively simple, and it was this one, which is number. Oh, there it is, no, sorry. Number 7, Boko and Shiro Kuro, 103 Second Avenue, I think. Do you have, those are paper copies?
Yeah,
I mean,
I got
unless there's anything new in there, I think we've all seen everything, so.
Yeah, I got extra.
Unless anyone, if anyone wants a paper copy.
I actually told them not to just bring it because it's gonna be,
If it, well, I mean, we don't put the questionnaire and stuff on there.
What?
We don't put the questionnaires out.
Oh.
It's just a copy.
The last 2 pages are extra signatures.
Please give it back to the recycle.
Okay, so I'm gonna give a quick summary of the application and then we'll give you a chance to add anything. This is James, I can take them. So just let's jump. Okay. So doing business as Boca and Shiro currently seeking beer and wine license.
Signatures for two licenses.
Oh. So they're seeking a beer and wine license in the premises located at 103 Second Avenue between East 6th Street and East 7th Street. An application for an establishment of 88 people, 18 tables and 49 seats with a 30-foot bar and 5 seats. Full kitchen, serving Japanese Korean fusion food during hours of operation. There will be no television, background level music played from the streaming device. There are 17 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The previous licensed establishment, Mighty Quinn's, had a beer and wine license. This applicant has owned Boca in East Village since 2008 and 2 other establishments.
Where's the Boca? But St. Mark's.
If you want, you can have a seat and just say, oh, just use the microphone to speak when you speak. So everyone on my phone.
Actually,
Yeah, you can sit down. It's okay.
we received no letters in support or opposition to this item. 77 residents who live within Schwab's location signed a petition in favor of the application, and they are proposing hours of 11 a.m. by closing by 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, closing by 2 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No outdoor space. They will have a closed fixed facade, ambient background music only. No party buses or pub crawls, and will not have happy hours. Okay. So, is there anything you would like to add?
No, I mean, I've been in operation for 16 years. We recently closed because rent was too high and decided to move to where my team used to be and develop it into 2 different concepts. That's all.
Okay. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak to this item?
You're still on.
Yeah,
Right.
maybe go on the swing on the bottom. Oh.
It's like.
There we go. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
There's a hand raise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Campbell, he's a board member.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Campbell.
Okay, Campbell, we've been promoted. Go ahead and speak.
Thanks, Clint. Appreciate it. Can you all hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Just so you know, Campbell, we got 2 minutes per speaker, so I'm gonna put that up here, and you should see it on your screen. But anyway, yeah, 2 minutes.
All right. Don't expect to need the 2 minutes. Hi, everyone. My name is Campbell. I'm a member of CB3. I actually live directly above this restaurant space at 103 2nd Avenue. You know, I couldn't necessarily hear you, Clint. I didn't hear what the soundproofing component was, but wanted to add that I've lived at this spot for 4 years now, going on 5. And sound was kind of an issue. I mean, I shouldn't say kind of an issue with Mighty Quinn's, and I just wanted that to be noted down and taken into consideration. I should say that I'm actually pretty excited about this spot opening up. You know, that spot's been vacant for 1.5 years now, and you know, there's been quite a bit of stuff going on the block, and I'd like to sort of see you know, the vacant spots, the Apple Bank next door, God willing, also lease out. So yeah, you know, overall excited about this proposal, but wanted to you know, let the record show that in the past there's been some issues with sound. This is an old building, like 1901 it got built, I think, and it's kind of brittle. Sound travels quickly. I can hear my neighbors all too much. And you know, I'd appreciate being able to sleep on Thursdays and Fridays and Saturdays. So yeah, looking forward to it. But wanted to make it known. Thanks,
There
folks.
was an issue in the past when it was Mighty Quinn's, correct?
Yes, I've only lived there when Mighty Quinn's was there, and Mighty Quinn's was an issue They
You have
have-
checked off, and the applicant could probably respond, is they have checked off they will be installing soundproofing.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, we have 5 layers of sheetrocks to cover the sound. On top of that, we have another layer of soundproofing done. So there won't be an issue with sound traveling up to the residents.
Did you hear that, Campbell?
I did, yeah. And just to confirm, that's a new installation, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. That's super cool to hear. Appreciate that.
Oh, no problem.
Yes.
So we've actually never had a sound like that we used in the beginning, had smoke complaints, that took a while because of the parking.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's
Yes, no, I'll clarify. I never submitted a noise complaint for Mighty Quins. Before they closed was long before I really got involved that much with community board activities. I'll be frank, I didn't really know it was possible to submit a complaint to the SLA about this. So, sorry that I didn't submit that complaint 2-3 years ago. I would have told you all about how Ed Sheeran's Shape of You was keeping me up at night. But, glad to hear that there's new soundproofing being installed and looking forward to new spot opening up.
And hopefully, if sound does become still an issue, they seem like decent people, please talk to them first and see what they can do to adjust it. They are proposing only background level music, so hopefully that won't be a problem.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been to your I've been to your spot before it closed down. I was sad to see it close, so I'm familiar with you guys and excited to see you reopen. So yeah, thanks, folks.
Okay, great. So does anyone else on the committee have any other questions, comments, anything about this item?
I'm glad that they're filling out those empty spaces on Second Avenue because Second Avenue is a disaster. You can take a walk right now. Lower Second, so thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so seeing no other committee board members, no other committee members, we are going to put the stipulations up on the screen. Okay. So I, James Lynn, as a representative of Boca and Shirokuro, located at 103 Second Avenue. My license is a wine, beer, and cider license. Will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically a Japanese Korean fusion restaurant, with kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation will be Sunday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use, and you are not having security. I will install soundproofing. Usually our standard language that we include is you will install soundproofing to ensure sound is not audible in neighboring apartments. So that's the standard language we use. Yeah, that line. You have a closed fixed facade. Now I think Mighty Quins, did the windows open on Mighty Quins?
This is like this, right? Like this.
Yeah, they open.
Yeah, the windows open. Are
All
you,
front.
are you keeping those open windows?
Yes, landmarks that we can't touch. Yeah.
So you're gonna keep the open windows?
Yes.
So we need to change, you had checked off, you have a closed fixed facade, we're gonna change that to you will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or whenever any music is playing.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so we'll check that item, and then you are not having DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. You will play ambient background recorded music only. You will not apply for an alteration to the method of operation without coming to CB3 first. You will not seek a change in class to a full OP without coming to CB3 first. You will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. You will not have unlimited drink special, including boozy brunches. You will not have a happy hour. You will not have wait lines. You will have a staff person to ensure no loitering, noise, or crowds. You will post this stipulation beside your liquor license, and residents may contact the owner at the number below, and it's James Lim at 917-748-7318.
Yeah, that's correct. For 11, can we change it to appearing before
No.
CB3?
That's something I actually saw that. So we specifically put that in there so that even if you come to us and we deny you, you're agreeing not to go to the state for a request of an upgrade without an approval from us. normally, if we deny you, you still have the right to go to the state for an upgrade or a change. However, based on this, you're agreeing to, if we don't approve you, that you're not going to go to the state. That's something we put in our stipulations for years.
Yeah,
It's literally that way. It wasn't an oversight.
I mean, that changed recently, hasn't it?
No,
How long has it been? Because
years.
At least 10 years.
Time flies.
It's, I mean, you still have the right to come back to us. You're just agreeing that if we don't approve you, you're not going to go to the state.
Is this on?
Thanks. Light on the button? Yes.
Obviously, I represent this applicant.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Lin is going to be coming back for class change. All right, the application's been put in this way because they are in a hurry to open. They're almost ready. They are ready to open. And so a temporary retail permit for beer and wine is going to come much faster. So the reason the application was put in the way that it was so that they could obtain that permit as expeditiously as possible. So they will be back.
So,
They will be back.
well, and that's fine, but that, they still have the right to come back. They're just,
So what they should be doing, is
they're applying for the beer and wine license and a full liquor.
which is very nice. And so we treat it as a full liquor as far as the stipulations, because we know that's what we want. But at the same time, it's also applying for the beer and wine, so we can get this temporary. So you can do both at once.
So we're not being dishonest, we're here, I'm explaining this.
But what I'm saying is, we do both at once. We should be treating this not as a beer and wine, as a full liquor.
Understood.
So you have two options. So here's the two options. One, I know you're aware that the law was changed. So you no longer have to do this because it's not the longer period for full liquor. With the new laws that the governor has passed, they're approving the full liquor license as soon as they're approving beer and wine.
I understand.
So there's that situation. But the second option is we can put you in for, even though you did submit two applications, can we still vote on a beer and wine and a full liquor for this? So we can approve you for a beer and wine and then also take into consideration for a full liquor so that you would be approved for both. They would both go in at the same time. You would possibly maybe get approved faster for beer and wine. I don't know if that's the case anymore.
It is. That would be great.
I mean, that's not what I was told by the chair of the SLA, but
No, it is a faster process. It's 4 to 6 weeks for beer and wine. It's 12 to 15 weeks. Instead of a vote tonight, we
we'll do it that way. We'll vote on two items for you. We'll be voting on a beer and wine and a full liquor.
I'm just gonna check this off. Yeah.
Just out. No, you don't have to redo two. So we've already kind of discussed everything, but now we need to go back and discuss this as a full liquor license.
Oh, I did have full liquor on St. Mark's. And I
Yes.
had no issues.
Yes. And we appreciate that, and I acknowledge that. I've been in your space in St. Mark's, but I guess the one question or one comment that I had in regards to this, which would have been the same comment that I had if we came back for an upgrade, is we are starting to see upgrades at every single location that has beer and wine. So we are now becoming, everything is going for full liquor. With the few locations we have, especially locations on the avenues, I don't know that we want every single location to be full liquor. What is, okay, I know you have full liquor at your, you have full liquor at your location in St. Mark's. What is your reasoning behind having full liquor?
Data checks from customers.
Sorry, would you mind, just so folks online can hear?
Just by having full liquor, we get to draw in more customers, and we're able to create more cocktails and with different spirits. Just by having sake, soju, and beer and wine, we're limited to certain cocktails. So that's the drawback of having wine and beer license.
What is sake?
Wine is sake. Sake is a wine, so that is a beer wine. No, that is a beer wine. He's saying having only that, they can draw more customers if they have a full liquor license.
So Clint, the location has been on St. Mark's since I think 08, is that right? For a long time. It started out as a beer and wine license. And James came back here, I think more than once, to get a class change approved on St. Mark's, which ultimately this board did approve and support. He's been operating there for how long on full liquor? Since
8 years.
8 years with full liquor, and he hasn't had any complaints. This is a bona fide Asian fusion restaurant. He knows that full liquor really does something to be successful as a restaurateur, and so he knows that because he operated the beer and wine license on St. Mark's for all those years before he got the operating. I think that's why he's set on having that here as well.
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, but then again, I feel that, we should incentivize people who are willing to go to Second Avenue right now, because having like a sustainable operator on that spot is better than the coming and going, and then you have those camps that they settle in front of a building, of a restaurant that is not taken. So that's I hear you, but in this context that we're in of Second Avenue being so, in that current situation, I feel like we should help them out in being there for longer and successfully.
Yeah, I agree with Guillermo, as well. We've experienced operating for over 2 decades. And we have someone with 2 decades of experience.
Right, that too, exactly, yeah.
Good track record, so.
I agree with you guys. Experience speaks for itself. The previous alcohol or concept had alcohol or liquor, and they made it work. But they are asking for 2 a.m.
That was gonna be my next question.
So I think maybe we talk about a reduction. That's something that will be.
I think the 2 a.m. is about. I would be open to 1.
12 a.m. during the 1. They're asking for 2 a.m. Would you go back to 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday with full liquor?
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. I mean, to be honest, after 1 a.m., they're
Nothing really happens after 1 a.m.
so- I mean, it takes us 1 hour to close. That's why I had it to 2 a.m. It's not because we're gonna serve to 2 a.m. and close by 3. It's more like technicality where our staff needs about an hour to clean, so.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We don't care about that.
Okay.
They can stay there for 3 hours cleaning if they want. We're just concerned about when you're open to the public.
Yes, 1 o'clock is perfectly fine.
Okay. That's good. That was quick and easy. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the stipulation form. So, and just to clarify what we discussed is we're going to be voting on 2 items for you. One is gonna be a beer and wine license, one is gonna be a full liquor license. The stipulations are gonna be basically exactly the same with the exception of beer, wine, and full liquor. And then they will both be sent, jumping ahead, assuming it's gonna be approved, they will both then be sent to the SLA. They will vote a vote. They'll probably give you a beer and wine first, move on to the full liquors.
Thank you.
So just to go back to where we were down to like number 11, right? I think.
What else I changed?
Oh, and so yeah, you change the hours at the top to 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays.
And just to be clear, there's gonna be a second one with this liquor checked off.
Yes.
That's identical.
This one is gonna say beer and wine, the other one will say full liquor, they'll be exactly the same other than those two checklists. And then going down, we were, I think, number 11, we were just started discussing that. Yep, so of course, the CPA change of class doesn't apply to the full liquor license then, it will apply to the beer license, but again, they're both here, we are approving that, so it doesn't matter. You will not participate in pub crawls or party buses, you will not have unlimited drink specials, will not have happy hours, no wait lines, no staff, and staff responsible for no lines, noise. We'll post a stipulation out by your liquor license, and residents may contact the manager over at the number below. This is James, 917-748-7318. Good on everything? Okay. So committee, I'm gonna just put this as a vote for both items at the same time. If you feel differently on either, please specify, but otherwise it'll be a vote for both items. John Fowl?
Yes. Yes.
Stephen? Guillermo? Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. So your vote passes, the motion passes. You or Michael will be getting the stipulation forms emailed to you with instructions on what to do. Michael knows the drill.
Thank you so much.
And good to go. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving right along. Okay, I think those were generally the easy ones tonight.
Frank is here. We'll go back to.
Okay, we're going to move back to item number 10, First Avenue Dining LLC, which is 135 First Avenue. Please raise your Zoom hands again, we will promote you.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for that.
And while he's getting everyone promoted, I want to check into, because I saw some comments pop up in Zoom in the chat. I'm not following them, but can you hear me okay? Is it?
I can hear you fine. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're fine.
It's actually pretty bad, but
I saw some comments pop up a minute ago that there were some hearing issues, but I didn't know if that was. Okay.
it's the acoustics of that room, Clint. How are you?
You know as well as anyone about the acoustics in this room. Okay, so let me just pull your summary back up. Okay. First Avenue Dining LLC is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 135 First Avenue between St. Mark's and East 9th Street. It's an application for an establishment of 74 people with 6 tables, 28 seats, with a stand-up bar with 8 stools and 3 counter stools, 8 bar stools and 3 counter stools, a full kitchen and food prep area serving food during all hours of operation, no televisions. This location has previously been Dan and John's Wings from 2015 to early 2024. It had a beer and wine license. The applicants currently own and operate 2 other establishments, Mr. Paradise, located at 105 First Avenue, and Electric Burrito, located at 307 West 17th Street. Over 270 residents who live within 2 blocks of this location signed a petition in favor of this application. They are proposing hours of 4 p.m. to 12 p.m. Mondays. I'm sorry, opening at 4 p.m. closing by 2 a.m. Monday through Wednesday. 4 p.m. closing by 1 a.m. on.
I don't think you have that right, Clint.
It's 4 p.m. opening at 4 p.m. Monday through Fridays. Yes. Closing at 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, and then on Saturday and Sunday the opening hours is going to be 12 p.m. So 4 p.m. Monday to Fridays, 12 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays, closing at 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday.
There's a typo. Instead of an AM, it's a PM. Yeah.
They will close all outdoor dining under the open restaurants program by 10 p.m. They'll have ambient background recorded music only, no live music, no DJs, no scheduled events, cover charges for third-party promoted events, no unlimited drink specials, happy hours until 7 p.m. Wait lines, will post a stipulation, and will provide a telephone number. Is there anything else that I missed, made a mistake, any other corrections or changes that need to be made?
None that I see, Will.
None that I see either.
Okay. So that being said, we're going to check in with the public to see if anyone from the public is here for any questions or comments. Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, I see none, so I'm going to go ahead and move to the committee members. I think Guillermo has a question.
More than a question or comment, I mean, I get that this is an operator in terms of the license, but if there's an operator that I can attest and that I know well, I'm a resident of that area. I also know I've gotten to know the operators. So we're talking about responsible people that I'm not alone in knowing them. And so, I just wanted that to inform our following conversation about the hours and the full liquor license. So like the fellow below before, these are, good people with a track record of neighbors like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Anyone else on the committee have any questions, concerns, comments? My only question, and not even question, or might be too strong as a concern. Does anyone have any strong feelings about the 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday since we're giving them full liquor? That's my only thing that I kind of question slightly on this application.
There's no opposition.
No opposition. It's not. It's on the avenue.
They have two other businesses.
They have 2 other businesses right there. They have one business 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
We also do.
It's half a block away from Dan.
Yeah. I mean, it is, yes, it is. See, we know that corridor is getting annoying, First Avenue between St. Mark's and 9th Street for things beyond but I'm just really, it's a small piece of very busy, it's like a delivery hold down while it's not rush hour for deliveries. But beyond that, I think that, it's not a horrible area in terms of letting people out there's also Stromboli that is open to 4 a.m. there, so I feel like even if you don't have late people over there, Stromboli is gonna generate some activity in that corner regardless if you try to do. I was not paid by Frank before this.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't feel super strongly about it. I'm a little concerned about that 2 a.m. just because, again, adding full liquor, late hours. But
what do you guys think it's gonna look like at a 1 a.m. in your place?
So the 2 a.m. honestly, we are looking for just as the option. Our intent is to potentially close maybe half an hour earlier. We're just going to see how the neighborhood treats us. We definitely do not want to be open past 2 a.m. because we see how people start treating businesses in the neighborhood after 2 a.m. I have worked in plenty myself. But the 2 a.m. just in the event that we do see ourselves struggling financially and we do feel the need to make a little bit more revenue off of those people leaving the bars, going home, or even people getting off of work at bars or hospitals, whatever, restaurants. We're just trying to have that option.
That's fair. Okay. That's fine. Like I said, I don't feel super strong. That's my half concern, but
The place is fine. The place is
I know,
fine.
it's not. So that being said, I hear no other, comments, concerns. We're gonna go ahead and pull up the stipulation form, read through that. Okay, so it's I, William Wyatt, as a qualified representative of First Avenue Dining LLC, located at 135 First Avenue, agrees to a full liquor license and will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically a Spanish tapas American restaurant with kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation are Monday through Wednesday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m., Thursday and Friday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Saturday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. I will close all outdoor dining allowed under the, we need to actually change our form, it's no longer temporary, but under the open restaurants program and any other rooms at 10 p.m. You are not having security. I'm assuming there's already soundproofing installed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. You will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, or any event in which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. No more than 4 to 6, and we don't kind of put a range. We're just going to put 6, so no more than 6 private parties per year. You will play ambient recorded background music only. Oh, just so you know, I know Frank knows this, but for the private parties, we count that as an entire buyout. It's not like if you just have a birthday party and a party. So that's 6 full buyouts is what that would count. You can have a birthday party or something else in the portion of the restaurant. That doesn't count as a private party.
Understood.
I will not seek a change in class to a full on-premises license. That doesn't apply to you. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. You will have a happy hour going by 7 p.m. Will not have wait lines. Will have a staff person to ensure no noise or loitering outside. Will conspicuously post a stipulation beside the liquor license. Residents may contact the manager at the number below, and it's William Wyatt, and it is 434-249-9930. Everything look good?
I have a question. We need to put in the stip that we're doing takeout after we close? The restaurant's going to close. The restaurant's going to close every night at the stipulated hours, but we all plan to do takeout. It says so in the app. So I don't know if you want that in the stip or not.
Yeah.
You will not be serving any alcohol.
No, we're not
That's
open for
stipulated
business, but
hours.
it's just
Yeah.
delivery and takeout.
So you're not going to be open inside. You're not going to have
Correct.
any customers inside. So
Takeouts.
yeah.
Takeout's not alcohol.
So you're not doing to-go drinks, which are legal and allowed.
No.
Correct. Only food.
I would capture just.
So, okay, so we're gonna put it, so we need to put a stipulation in then for that. Or at least a comment, maybe not as much a stipulation, but, what time are you gonna stay open until for takeout?
Potentially until 4 a.m. But that would only be on Fridays and Saturdays, depending on what the business calls for.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Friday and Saturday?
Oh, sorry, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I mean, they can still, we can stipulate they can't sell alcohol after the time, so we just need to know it. We don't have control over that per se, because they're not selling alcohol. But we just need to make it clear that they will have takeout with no dining or alcohol service.
Well, I was kind of on the fence with it because patrons will be cleared from the business.
I know, and you're kind of right, Frank, because that's what I was just explaining to them, that technically we don't have service, but I just think because you are gonna stay open, I just think we should note that we're you know, you can stay open, you're not serving alcohol or interior dining after 2 AM on those days.
That's why I brought it up.
Is that acceptable to you, Frank?
It's fine by me, Will.
Yeah, it would be Thursday through Saturday.
Or is it
that we'd
Saturday?
be doing it.
And then I would say, just for clarity, just say no dining or alcohol service, no inside dining or alcohol service after 2 AM.
That's fine.
Correct, no inside or outside dining.
Do I take out hours?
No, after 2 AM. Okay, and alcohol for takeout, so. Yeah, I mean, technically, you can stay open, well, for that matter, later than 4, serving just takeout, but.
Yeah, we just, since it is going to also be a licensed establishment, we just want it to be as upfront as possible with you all.
And that's better, just to prevent any confusion in the future.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so does that look good with that note added?
Not to serve food, no alcohol, including alcohol takeout. Yeah, it's fine by me, Will. What about you?
Yeah, looks good to me.
Wait,
Yeah.
no. So, Mike, you need, but
Sorry.
it was inside dining.
No.
Feels like it's getting more complicated.
Yeah, that looks right.
Okay. Yeah.
And I also change it up here. I want to check these hours again. Take out hours.
Well, I think actually probably just, I don't know if we want to call those takeout hours, because that makes it sound like takeout is only Thursday through Saturday. Until 4 AM. I think we just need to say,
Take away?
what was that, Frank?
Take away hours?
Yeah.
But they have.
Well, that to me, that makes it almost sound like it's only Thursday through Saturday until 4 AM. We're eliminating the takeout on the other days is almost what it's, I don't want to be that specific.
But Clint, do you even need that line if you have it in the bottom?
I think maybe Frank is right. I think if we have that last,
I just said extended takeaway hours on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday until 4 AM.
yeah, well, we have that in the bottom, we have that in a separate stipulation, so I think that's fine. Does that look good to you, Frank?
Will?
Will?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Looks good to me.
That was tough.
So that being said, we're going to move to a committee vote. John Fowl?
Yes.
Stephen Ballinger?
Yes.
Guillermo?
Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes. So Frank, the office will be sending you these out. We'll get them out soon, given that this really won't be approved until full board until September. We don't have the rush to get them back in like 2 days like normal. So, yeah, we'll be getting them out to you within this next week, but you don't have to have them back by Friday.
Great. Thank you for hearing us, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay. So, moving on to
Bingo.
I know. Those, I mean, not that those ones were, like as I said, none of them were super expedited items tonight, but. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. You're not here for anything. Yeah, so we're gonna essentially kind of step back and go a little bit in order. We're gonna start with number 3, which is Motel Motel, 210 Avenue A. If I never will maybe the mic just so that, I'm gonna read a quick summary, but you can grab the mic so you can have it whenever it's ready. Okay. Alphabet City Group LLC, doing business as Motel Notel, is seeking an alteration to their full on-premises liquor license to add DJs and extend their hours to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday in the premises located at 210 Avenue A. This is an application for establishment of 130 people, 21 tables, 84 seats, with a 23-foot bar with 14 seats and a full-service kitchen open and serving American food all hours of operation. For television, ambient background recorded music, and live acoustic jazz, no more than one time a week on Fridays and Saturdays. Currently no DJs, promoted events, third-party promoted or cover charges. There are 17 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. Recent tenant of this premises was Steel Bar 180 Inc., was doing business at Percy's, was approved for a transfer in 2010. After proposing an operation as a restaurant, playing only background music, but essentially it morphed into a club, extending live music, and many other problems to the neighborhood. They were licensed as persons until January of 2021, the license was placed into safekeeping in February of 2019. The space had been vacant since at least 2017. There was an application that was heard by this committee in December of 2021. The committee approved closing hours of 12 a.m. Sunday through Tuesday, 1 a.m. Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, with once weekly acoustic jazz music performances, with outdoors, no DJs, no promoted events, and no events with cover fees. That applicant decided not to move forward, and then we subsequently approved the current business at this location. The applicants have operated this business since September of 2023 and have been licensed specifically in Community Board 3. They've held 14 on-premises licenses, and the principal at the license at 232 East 9th Street from 1999 to 2010. They hold several licenses on Stone Street in neighboring Community Board 1. All of the applicants have multiple years of industry experience in Manhattan. There is currently a saturation of full liquor license and existing business on the Upper Avenue A area, and have caused many quality of life complaints from the residents. There have been 37 commercial 301 complaints at this location, with 19 requiring police action since September of 2023. We have received letters of opposition from the North Avenue A Block Association and 2 local residents, including one that lives directly above the establishment. 83 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. And essentially, again, what we approved previously, they are asking for the addition of DJs and extending their hours to 2 a.m. during the week and 4 a.m. on the weekends. So that was my summary. I will hand it over to the applicant and his attorney.
Thanks, Clint. So when we appeared in 22, we actually appeared twice, once in August, and once in September. At that time, Downtown Hospitality had an application that was pending before the state liquor authority. One point of not correction and clarification is that while business was being operated as Percy's, it was actually being operated by both 180 Steel Bar and Downtown Hospitality. And it was Downtown Hospitality that subsequently applied for the license that was abandoned when our client bought the assets of that business and opened, I think, in August of last year. So we did submit a 30-day notice in February. And at the community's request, we withdrew that notice. And our client has spent, the better part of the past 6 months working with Agnes, who lives upstairs. I think maybe Clint, you were present for at least one sound study. During those 6 months, there was a significant amount of work and expense put into soundproofing the premises. Again, so that, with the goal of having no sound emanate from the restaurant into Agnes's apartment upstairs. I do have Alan here with me today, who I think you know. And what I'd like to do is let Alan sort of walk the committee through what his company recommended in terms of remediation, the work that was done, and what his studies, the results of his studies, both before and after that work was performed. But before he concludes, there's a couple of other items I'd like to address quickly. I think probably best to start with the sound study.
Good evening. I'm Alan Firestein from Acoustalog. I met with Clint, I met with Susan a couple of times at the premises. Originally, what happened was Susan and Clint emailed me that they had gotten an application that included Acoustalog materials. I think that's the way you said it. And it involved 210 Avenue Way. And I keep a list of people who called me and their addresses. And I couldn't find anything about 210 Avenue Way on my list. It turns out that the applicant here was sold a bill of goods by the previous owner. They said we did the soundproofing and they provided parts of a report with no address on it because the previous owner had a manager who worked at another place that I made recommendations for. And they took the soundproofing recommendations, gave them to you, passed them off as something that ostensibly had been done, and gave them to the new applicant saying, oh, you see, we've done the soundproofing. So I was really pissed about that. I contacted the guy who did it. He pled poverty, he's living in Alabama or something, he's broke, and he's no longer in New York. That's what he says. So anyway, that's the sad background story. So the first time I went there with Susan, we played music in the club. I did a sound test. This is how loud it is in the club. Upstairs, directly in the apartment above, we could hear the music, very plain, the bass coming through. And I made recommendations for soundproofing and sound system limitations, because that's ultimately the best way to do it. You know, if you do the best soundproofing in the world and the Rolling Stones are downstairs, you're going to hear it upstairs. So step by step, they did the various soundproofing steps. They also did adjustments of the limiter with the sound guy, not me. I came in and tested it, and it was not limited the way I had recommended. The sound guy had done the right thing in lowering the bass level, but had not limited the sound. In addition, you know, in a lot of these places, so that the bartender or the manager can adjust the sound level, they have a knob on the wall, and it goes from 0 to 10, which are arbitrary numbers, they're not decibels. They can turn it up, they can turn it down. In addition, there's amplifiers, and the amplifiers have volume controls. So even if you set a limiter, which prevents the sound from going too loud into the amplifier, well, if the amplifier is turned only halfway up when you set that limiter, someone can just go over and turn the knobs up on the amplifiers, or walk over to the wall and turn the knob on the wall and bring the level up, so the limiter is not set properly. So on July 17th, a month ago, I came in with a computer. The limiter that's in the system, that's always been in the system, was not set properly. I turned the amplifier volume controls all the way up. They were not all the way up. I turned the volume control on the wall plate all the way up. It was not up before. You guys got a copy of this report? Well, I'll just show you.
They're attached to the questionnaire.
Oh, that's the report, but that's in the questionnaire.
So the knob is all the way up now. It's on.
Yeah, that was in the question. I didn't know if that was.
So that, and so now it's all the way up. Same thing with the amplifier knob. The amplifier knobs are all the way up. That's in the top picture here. All the knobs for 2 different stereo amplifiers. And then I set the limiter, which is done with the computer. So is that it's almost impossible for anyone in the club to adjust the level. I say almost impossible because if they got a computer, software that does this, it's as difficult as it could possibly be. So it's set. Then then when we went upstairs, we went up to the apartment, and the worst place in the apartment is in the bedroom in the corner, it's right on the corner of the avenue on the side street. Played the music, and I actually wasn't even sure it was playing, so you saw me, I got down on the floor, I put my ear to the floor, which of course is, you know, the best way to hear anything. And I thought I could detect some sound playing. And if you want, I could play you an interesting 28-second recording of what we did in that room. Want to hear that? 28 seconds. We'll take your word for it. Okay, anyone want to hear it? Okay, you want to hear it? Okay. But I've got it right here. And so you can't hear anything. So I set the level. Originally, I had recommended 88 dBc as the maximum level. But because we turned down the bass, I made it 90 dBc, 2 decibels higher. But that's mostly mid-range. The bass has been reduced. So I don't believe it can be heard upstairs. The person in that apartment did have their air conditioning on. So I had my ear to the floor. So regardless of what was going on in the room, one ear was not picking up the air conditioner, it was flush against the wood floor. So you have to ask them if they're going to agree to not tamper with the limiter, not bring in extra loudspeakers which are not connected to the existing amplifier. You know, I've testified here before in favor of people who are being disturbed by, like, you know, Nolita, you know, that 99 Bowery place, right, which was somewhat a place, and they did all kinds of tricks. So, if they agree to do that, I think that the neighbor upstairs should be able to live with much less sound than they had before. Ask me anything.
If they can go with the sound recording, they will.
Currently, the space has a drop ceiling.
Yes, it has a drop ceiling. It doesn't have the drop ceiling that I originally recommended. It doesn't have the drop ceiling that I originally recommended to the other nightclub.
Yeah, James Morrison's.
Whoever it was. There were some weak links. We opened up, there was some access panels, and there was missing insulation in some places. There's a soffit that goes around, it's like a box where the wall meets the ceiling. It's like a square box. And that was made of flimsy wood and had lack of insulation and a lot of holes. So I wrote a report and said, you got to seal up these holes. So they went up there and they sealed the holes. Yeah.
Thanks, Alan. So, look, needless to say, they will agree. You can put in the stipulations, not only that the sound limiter will not be altered. Frankly, our client wouldn't be able to alter the sound limiter without someone like Alan, someone who has the ability to reprogram it. But they'll agree in the stipulations that it will remain as it is today, as it is now and last fall. They will also agree not to bring any additional speakers that are not in there today into the premises. So those are things we can absolutely stipulate to. And I want to stress that, you know, unlike the prior operators, these operators have really been striving to be good community stakeholders. You know, as they withdrew the notice. They wash the street and sidewalk every day. They have corners spark. They make it a priority to do that. So they are really taking care of the outside of their premises. Starting next month, they're going to be offering buy one, get one free pizzas to everybody inside. In January, they hosted a fundraising event for NYU Physical Therapy School, where they donated 10% of the proceeds to that organization. In March, they hosted an event for the Mental Health Party at NYC. Again, in that case, donating 15% of the proceeds to that organization. Every other Wednesday, they donate 20 pizzas to the food drive at 280 Bowery as part of a soup kitchen. I think it's sponsored by Brain Food Restaurant. Brain Food Restaurant Group. still donating, they are donating to the community. So, I also want to point out that they spent $40,000 on a new HVAC unit. Largely because there was some rattling in the old unit that was bothering one of the other neighbors. And so they replaced the unit and eliminated that nuisance so that neighbor was no longer bothered by the rattling. Again, they did spend the last 6 months working with Alan to try to remediate the sound issues that were existing when they opened. I also want to point out that it's my understanding there are several residents here this evening who are going to speak in support of the application. Several of whom live in the building, I believe, including Megan Tarter, who's the president of the Condo Association. I can't confirm that they're on, but I was under the impression they would be here soon. Also, as you pointed out, Clint, they did work on the ground. They did speak to a lot of people about what they were planning to do. They did obtain a lot of signatures and support. The plan is not going to survive with the hours that it has right now. And it is flexibility so that it can be competitive and hopefully remain in space and operate. But without some flexibility, it seems as though that is not going to be possible. So I want to be frank about that, because the decision here tonight may move, it's a further discussion in the future. I think it will need that further discussion. And with that, we're happy to answer questions.
We're going to turn it over.
I think Jack would like to say something.
First, just thanks so much for the time. I want to just reference just the terminology. It's very much not a club, it's a restaurant. We hope that we can do food as late as possible. That's per our previous discussion. And that's what we think the extension of hours. And that's what we do. So thanks so much for your time. I'm going to interrupt.
I'm going to turn it over. I know we have some people here to speak to this item. If you're here, please raise your Zoom hand and we're going to promote you. Okay, Dale Goodson, we promoted you. Please unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Okay. Just before we get into this too, we're familiar with the neighbors who lived upstairs. We're having problems with the thumping and bass noise from the bar, and it took the applicants quite a while to respond to the neighbor. And at one point, they were reporting to us, they'd call down to the managers and they'd say, well, we can't help it. We have to turn up the music because our crowds are so loud. So it took them a while to respond. And in the meantime, there was pushback. Anyway, my name is Dale Goodson. I'm the president of the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association. When I moved into the neighborhood in 1991, 210 Avenue A was a great Italian family-style restaurant. Unfortunately, in 2010, it was sold and became Percy's Tavern, whose owners promised a nice Irish family restaurant to serve the seniors of Stuyvesant Town. But on opening night, they had a full rock band with a shouting crowd and all the doors and windows open. I live a half a block away on Avenue A, and for the next 7 years, residents were subjected to the noise and disruption of Percy's nice old, Irish family restaurant until they closed in 2017. And as they started to become unpopular toward the end, they became a sports bar and a lot of yelling and shouting as windows, doors, and open during sporting events. Then again, now when, and that's, I guess, back then when the stipulations were put in place. When Motel Notel took over the space last September, on opening night, they had a live rock band with all the doors and windows open. I went over that night and told Jack, the manager, that their license stipulated no live bands or DJs or open doors and windows when live acoustic music was playing. He said he wasn't aware that their license had stipulations. But fortunately for us, that was right beginning of fall and winter months, and mostly doors and windows were kept closed. However, this spring, April 27th, doors and windows open, shouts of chug, chug, chug erupted from the bar. Okay.
You can start wrapping up.
Sorry, okay. This spring, yeah, shouts of chug, chug, chug erupted through the open windows and doors of the bar, and I made a complaint. Then on the 28th, they had a musician playing in the middle of the afternoon, amplified guitar, singing on microphone, all the doors and windows open. I went over and talked to the day manager, who also didn't know there were stipulations in the license. Then again on May 2nd, another musician playing with an amplified guitar, all the doors and windows open. The point is, the operators seem to have no idea what their license stipulated, no understanding that loud music, loud bands, open doors and windows are a problem. Neighbors have had to endure the noise, management's lack of understanding of the problems, make complaints, and force them to make changes. They need to know their own rules and regulations and adhere to them. Therefore, North Avenue A Neighborhood Association requests that their stipulations remain in place until they can demonstrate for an extended amount of time, that they've solved their noise issues, can adhere to the stipulations, and fully understand how to run the bar without disturbing their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Next, we have, we're gonna do Jim Layden, I think. Yep, Jim Layden.
Yeah, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, James Lyden, 525 East 13th Street, apartment 1D. It's about 4 doors down. I've been in the neighborhood for about 6 years. I ended up meeting Jack, Bella, Richie, a lot of the owners from simply just walking by. I think what I want to get across to the board is just how these people in this group have really been become a part of the neighborhood. They know everyone by name. They say hello to everyone. And it's very clear that the customer base is a true representation of the neighborhood and how everyone's welcome there. I really appreciate the work that the board does and the community, but I'm not 100% sure that it's a representation of the people that live in the neighborhood. If you ask anyone that lives in this neighborhood, this establishment, we take a lot of pride. I go there and I get pizzas and burgers after my men's basketball game and just catch up with the staff, catch up with the clientele. It just seems like, the gentleman who just spoke is painting the picture of, I think he's saying chug, chug, chug. I live 3 doors down, never had an issue. And what I just want to get across is that, we take a lot of pride. It's a beautiful building. Like I said, I've been here for a while, and the outside of that place when no one was living there, it was in rough shape. It was, walking through the L train, it was, it wasn't a good situation. And I'm just really thankful for the staff that's come in. And, I take a lot of pride in having them on our corner. And I just hope the board recognizes that and just knows that, the real demographic of this neighborhood and this community supports them. And is passionate about it.
Yeah, I would like to just comment. We welcome diverse perspectives because our community is very, very diverse, and I don't think there's any one real demographic. Some of us have lived here a long time and may go to bed earlier and have different perspectives, and they're all very valid. It's not one real demographic. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to go to Laura Sewell.
Hi, I'm Laura Sewell. I'm speaking on behalf of the East Village Community Coalition. I'm also a member of the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association and live a block away from this establishment. So North Avenue A first met with the applicants in August 2022, and they presented themselves as very experienced operators looking to purchase the access of Relax at Blondie's, which had done extensive renovations to the former Percy's Tavern, but was never able to open. And they described a neighborhood restaurant bar with late night food service, like Corner Bistro in the village where Jack was working, at least at the time. And while that sounded very positive, we were not willing to expand on the stipulations that the committee recommended for Relax at Blondie's, which were midnight and 2 a.m. close, no DJs, and limited acoustic music at background level. And that was because, you know, that is in keeping with a restaurant. And we wanted to just see that they could move in and stick with that stipulations and do what they said they were going to do. The SLA committee spent a considerable amount of time reviewing the particulars at meetings in August and September. And our concern was that the applicants wanted to do this late night thing, which the committee and we had worked hard to avoid for this location. They had said that they'd done a lot of work and research on the soundproofing. And in September, they did end up agreeing to accept the stipulations the committee recommended for Relax at Blondie's. So we were surprised when signage for Motel No-Tel appeared in 2023, branded not as a neighborhood tavern, but as another vacation themed party bar, which we have a few. And the Instagram account promotes a party scene with a young crowd outside, shots being poured from someone standing on top of the bar into a patron's mouth, spraying bubbly on the sidewalk cafe. Instead of acoustic jazz, there was been an Elvis impersonator with a microphone. I mean, it's all may sound harmlessly enough, but it's not the neighborhood tavern the applicants described at late night. It is different at brunch, absolutely, or after the basketball game. So I'm sorry about the timing. I don't know if it's shorter than normal. But the other thing that I need to add is that this petitions are for a restaurant, not for a bar. A good half of them are from January. I don't believe they are all within 2 blocks, or even close. So I don't know who on the committee is responsible for checking that, but I would just ask you to do that before noting the figures in the resolution. There's a lot of folks from Stuytown. There's a lot of people from 17th Street, and this was just at a quick glance. But most importantly, it's for a restaurant. So we would just ask the committee to keep the existing stipulations in place until the bar has had the opportunity to demonstrate their ability to adhere to them for a significant amount of time. For experienced operators, we have not gotten the responsiveness we would have expected. And that's just me being honest. It's not a matter of what anyone's saying. It's a matter of what they're actually going to do. And it's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. Now we have Megan Tarter.
Yes.
This is Megan. Hi,
Just
this
like-
is Megan Tarter.
We're gonna set a 2 minutes. We have a 2-minute timer, so at 2 minutes you might hear a sound.
Not bad.
The music is going to play you out like you're at an award show.
So sorry, just to give you a warning. Well, it's a 2-minute timer.
Hi, this is Megan Tarter. I live at 503 East 13th Street. I live above Motel No-Tel. I live above the Ong family who has worked with the proprietors here and the acoustical engineer to insulate this space. I can speak to what it's like living in the neighborhood only since 2012. I can't speak to what it's like to live in Stuytown or farther up the block, but I can tell you what it's like right above the space. And I can tell you I lived through Percy's and I lived through the potential of Jake and his crew and what we were promised. But I can tell you that Jack and Roberta and the members of this team, I feel, have endeavored to be honest and sincere with the neighbors with what they're providing the community. I can tell you that they make sure that every person is in off their sidewalk cafe by 10 p.m. I can tell you that the idea of letting them be open until 4 a.m., knowing that I sleep 2 floors above, does not bother me in the least. I do think that there is a concern about what it's like to have a live DJ or different music than what they've been promoting recently. So I do think, they will continue to engage with the board, with the neighborhood and the community. But I'm here tonight to say that, I would like to see a business thrive and succeed on our corner, in our neighborhood. And I think this is the team that's going to do it. And if you can show some flexibility and agree to their request tonight, I think that nobody will be disappointed with what this team is willing to do to be part of our community.
Thank you, Megan. We are now going to go to Angelica.
Hi, this is Angelica. I am located on 13th Street between Avenue A and First. I have lived in the neighborhood for 4 or 5 years now. With my family, we have a 2-year-old and my partner, and we love that Motel Notel is just a few steps away from our front door. I think Motel Notel has really added to the vibrancy of the East Village. I know there are a ton of options, but Motel Notel is definitely one of our favorites. The team there is so nice and so a part of the community, like what's been said before. I also think that it's really made that part of the neighborhood safer. Before they were there would be people that would just post in front of it at all hours of the day or night. But now that there is a functioning business, they are no longer there. So that makes me feel a lot better, considering I'm walking around all the time with my 2-year-old son and my family. So I think my main concerns are really the safety that it brings and just the vibrancy. It's a place that I like to bring friends and family whenever they come to the neighborhood. So I'm happy to see it there and thriving, and I want to see it thriving. So yes, I'm very much in support of all of that they're doing and will continue to do in the future. Thanks.
Next, we have Jack Drillock.
Yeah, hi. My name is Jack Drillock. I live a couple doors down at 525 East 13th Street. I'll keep it quick. I just wanted to say, you know, I've been here about 3 going on 4 years, and you know, I've seen the space from when it was vacant and it was, you know, surrounded by people that would just post up there, like it was said. And I do feel much safer now. And you know, the team that has come in and put in Motel Notel, I think has a great vision, and they have the neighborhood's best wants and needs in mind. And I think they're putting the space to great use, and you know, really bring a great energy. And you know, I have all the trust in the world with them, and I've only seen that corner and this immediate neighborhood get more positive, you know, get more vibrant and have a better energy around it. So that's pretty much all I want to get across. And you know, I fully support the team at Motel Notel.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Lorraine Sweet.
Yes, hi. I live at 507 East 13th Street, and I would like the business to stay and to thrive. If they need to stay open late, I have no problem with it, because I don't want the bar to go away. The guys are great. If there's ever any problems, they're very approachable, and they problem solve. And I just want to clear up the Elvis issue that was brought up. That was a one night only, and that was for an opening party, and it only happened once. I am a big supporter of the guys, of the bar. I'm 73 years old, and I patronize the bar, and it is a big part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So that looks like that's everyone from the public that wishes to speak.
Can we address a few items?
So there is one more person. There's Rob. Rob, you can go ahead and unmute yourself, please, and speak. Rob, you raised your Zoom hand. If you would like to speak, you can unmute yourself. Okay, Rob, I think we're gonna have to move on. If you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself, otherwise we're gonna move on. Okay, so. What? Oh.
That's the part.
Oh. Rob, is Rob, unmute yourself. If not, I'm sorry, we have to move on.
No.
I thought it flashed at one point, but.
Laura, what's up?
I'm sorry, may I read Rob's letter because I was having technical difficulties?
Sure, I guess. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so this was actually written by JP, Rob's brother. So we respect the submission to appeal the request to extend the business hours of Motel No-Tel and additional request to permit a live DJ. We're deeply concerned about the potential impact these changes will have on our quality of life, given the establishment's history of disturbances. I'm writing on behalf of my parents, Roberto and Agnes Ong, both senior citizens with medical issues who live directly above the hotel. While we acknowledge that the loud music issue has been partially resolved, we continue to experience significant disturbances. The ongoing problem stems from the motel's doors and windows being left open, allowing loud music to escape into the neighborhood. Additionally, intoxicated customers frequently engage in loud conversations late into the night, causing further disruption. The request to extend business hours combined with the proposal to have a live DJ raises even greater concerns. A live DJ would increase the noise levels, making the situation unbearable for nearby residents. The prospect of amplified music late into the night is particularly troubling for vulnerable residents like my parents, whose health and well-being are directly affected by persistent noise. It's also important to note that our neighborhood already has a high concentration of bars and similar establishments. Adding a live DJ to Motel No-Tel and extending its business hours would only exacerbate the current noise pollution and disturb the peace of the community. We urge the local authorities to consider the impact these changes will have on residents and to deny the request to extend Motel No-Tel's business hours and permit a live DJ. We believe that maintaining the current hours and prohibiting live DJ performances are crucial to preserving the peace and safety of our neighborhood. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thanks for letting me do that. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, so we're going to now give the applicants a chance to respond to what they've heard.
Before I address some of the comments specifically, I think that Jack would like to just talk about a conversation he had with Dale prior to the meeting tonight.
Hey guys, firstly, thanks again for your time. I'm Jack Crown, I'm the operating partner. We reached out to the Block Association, North Avenue Way, we reached out to the East Village Coalition as well a couple of weeks prior to the meeting to see if there's any time for discussion. We didn't hear anything back from any parties. Dale actually called by the other day to the restaurant. I was there, I'm pretty much there every day, and we had a chat in which he kind of got my hopes up that he saw some light as a result of the last couple of months. He referenced some dates there that there was some issues. There was definitely one date where we and the general manager were not there. It was a family thing, and the doors were open as a possessions claim. We closed the doors immediately. I believe that was in March of this year. Then, like, we both acknowledged that there was no problems ever since. I think, obviously, with the Allen's report that came in, we have no intention of changing the volume to music. We're really happy with the volume of music. With the restrictor and stuff, it is at that fixed volume, and it will be. The addition of a DJ is, as you said, really simply more of an aesthetic thing. We've had people that are emailing that have some birthdays, and they always start playing with the DJ, and sometimes the beats just go gold because they can go any one of the other places in the area that sorry.
Just to be clear, they have to have any DJ play through the same sound system. That way it's subject to the same limits. Some DJs bring in their own equipment, no good. They'll probably be too loud. But if they go through the sound system, they're limited by the same system that's already in there.
Yes. On the topic of the DJ, if you've been in the store, it's a throwback, right? It's like Florida 19, I don't know. And what they really want to do is they want to have somebody with vinyl, actual vinyl, taking requests in the restaurant. That's what they want to do. The idea of a DJ is not to have a club or to have a dance party. It is to be able to have something that's consistent with the motif and what they've built there, which is a throwback concept. And so they're happy to stipulate that when they do have a DJ, it will be vinyl only. We're not talking about a dance party. We're talking about somebody who's playing vinyl records, old vinyl records on a record player. So that is what they want to do. That's the part of what they've built there. And in the sewer, I think that's consistent with what they do. So what Lorraine Sweet said is consistent with what Jack mentioned, which is that there was a problem, and Jack acknowledged that they addressed. So I'm not sure where there's a disconnect with Dale. I will say that there's an operator right next door that I'm aware of because I followed their case of the state liquor authority. I don't know whether they've done the same work to remediate the sound system or not, but I have a suspicion that perhaps some of the disturbance is actually coming from.
I don't think it is. I've investigated that.
You know, so I have addressed the issue of DJ. Look, this operator, so that we're all clear, is in a sublease with the people that were operating there before. They're the landlord. And so the downtown hospitality was operating persons before it closed. They're this operator's, this licensee's sub-landlord in the space. And you know what they're asking for tonight is some flexibility so that they don't have to give the keys back to downtown hospitality, which is what will happen if they can't be competitive. That's not what they want, and that's not what they plan to do. They have no intention or wish of doing it. But right now, they are sort of exhausted in terms of what they can put back into the space, and financially exhausted. And so, you know, it's a short period of time. There's no day trade to speak of. They get their first customer in there around 6 o'clock, and then give them last call during the week at 11:30, and on the weekend at 1:30. And without some flexibility here, they're not going to be able to be competitive. They're going to give a notice under the guarantee. They'll be forced to give the keys back to the landlord, which they do not want to do, and they don't intend to do. But without some flexibility, I'm afraid that's where this is going to end up. So I wanted to be clear about that, so that we understand the relationship between prior operator and this occupant of the space today.
Okay, committee members.
Have you done all the remedies that Al Fierstein suggested?
Yes.
Everything?
Yeah, everything has been done with documentation, with photos taken along the way, which was, took a couple of weeks and closing, sometimes a little bit longer in the day. But yes, absolutely everything was done, which was done between Alan's first reading and the assessor when you were there, and Alan's second reading until when you were there. And the report speaks to that, and that there was nothing audible put into the report. We actually did everything. We actually did more. We changed speaker minutes. We got on to Alan after his recommendations to ask him what else we could do, because we wanted to put in absolutely everything to this and more.
Do you have subwoofers?
No subwoofers.
No subwoofers. And you're willing to stipulate vinyl on the DJs?
Yes.
That changes things. I mean, from the DJ perspective, I think it's a clarification that it's nothing more about friends. That's what it does. It's just okay.
DJ is just something of an aesthetic. I know that sounds like a silly
I
argument,
get it.
but the first thing that people ask when they come in is, where is the DJ? Which DJ? There is none. And respond with the same way we respond to the emails asking for details. But we don't do it because we're on it.
So I've got some problems. First off, I don't think that like you did your business differently than how it was when it initially opened, and you made some agreements. And it's kind of clear how you want to change things. It's unfortunate you guys actually had a proper report to actually do sound in the building, and you cut corners, which didn't actually work. And it's also unfortunate you got bad information from the other operators, but I mean, that's something we should be asking for, like some kind of rent reduction because of the fact you got sold the bill of goods if it's not accurate. You know, I've signed 5 different commercial leases, so you know, you need to tell landlord and say, you know, you guys messed up and represented something to us. But in reality, you know, if it took you this long to actually solve the problem, only got solved in July, you've been open for 10 months. I just don't trust you guys as operators. And honestly, extending your hours isn't going to work for me. And I just don't. I need to see you guys actually operate for a longer period of time to actually show that you actually can follow the rules as opposed to changing. And you know, you can talk about a vital leash all you want, but you know, the longer you're open, the more there's going to be a problem outside in that area. It's not just inside, it's the outside that winds up becoming a problem as well, and you can't soundproof the sidewalk. Good luck if you want to try. So I'd like to see you guys become a good operator for an extended period of time, not just for a shorter period of time. You know, I mean,
I do appreciate that consideration. We have been working with separate groups for the last couple of months prior to Alan getting involved. It was only when we spoke with community board and Alan got recommended to us that we worked on or NY Alan's recommendations.
You may not know this, but we were not able to get into the apartment upstairs for over a period of months, time after time after time. That was a big problem, months. Because I had to go in and measure the sound in the first place to give recommendations, and then again to set the limiter. It was not easy. Susan knows about this.
So let me I can speak to that. It's an elderly woman. She's not comfortable with people coming in herself. That's why Susan and I were there at times. She wasn't comfortable with people going in by herself. That's part of the reason why there was access problems. I'm not making excuses for it, but that's why.
She's a nice lady. It just took time.
Yes,
it did.
It did.
But just to point out though, it does demonstrate a willingness on this licensee's part, right? They are trying, and they're here having this conversation with you. They've spent 6 months working with Agnes. This is, you know, they are trying to be good community stakeholders. They are, but they also need to be in a position to be successful. So, that's why we're asking for some level of flexibility.
Yeah, but they're asking for a different business plan, really. 4 a.m. is a completely different business plan. I mean, it's like, that's a change.
When we appeared in August of 22, we initially did ask for the later hours, if I remember correctly. And we fell back and negotiated. And we did, you know, they wanted to try to make it work with the earlier hours. And they're struggling. So I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to do it financially. And without some level of flexibility, the sort of unfortunate part is you're going to end up with someone else in the space that may not be as willing as these folks are to try to work with.
Yeah, but the other problem is that we extended them, they can't make it anyway, they go belly up, somebody else comes in with 4 a.m. and they're a lot worse operators, so now we're kind of stuck forever.
At least they're giving them an opportunity to succeed.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that, like, they have a sublease, they're not even like, you know.
They have a valid.
I understand all that, I had 5 commercial leases, I don't, you know, I'm just saying that the liquor license is going to wind up staying with somebody else. It's going to keep transferring, right?
Once you give a 4 a.m. license, it's hard to claw back.
So, I mean, we're stuck forever, basically, with the 4 a.m. So, I'm not willing to give 4 a.m. So, personally, and I just don't, you know, it just took a long time to sort of get set up and done properly.
Is there something that you're willing to do to be flexible, I guess, I keep saying flexibility, and that's because.
Susan would like to speak as well.
Yeah, so I actually been working with Al for many years, and I kind of trust that he knows what he's doing inside. It's not really a restaurant. It's a venue that has full service restaurant and many other things. It's not like a restaurant, it's just a restaurant. I would ask, Dale mentioned several incidents that were not compliant with the stipulations. You mentioned one was a mistake. Could you speak to the other incidents? Because I think stipulations are the most important things that we do.
Yep. Dale, Dale did come down one day. We had musicians playing early in the evening. It was two guitar guys. Dale said that he was loud. I closed the doors, the window straight away. That was like 6:30 or something.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
Sorry, so Dale did come out. This is, I think, the time he was talking about last fall. I don't know the exact date, but he did come down. I was there, and he said that the music was loud. I closed all the doors and windows immediately. It was a mistake on my end. The musicians had started playing, but nearly immediately, all the doors and windows were closed. And that's the way that music program ran for a couple of months.
And were there other, he mentioned several
There was
specific other times.
definitely one other time that I can speak to when neither me or the general manager, usually one of us is there, were there, and it was a one-off day on a Sunday, and Dale came by, and the person who was kind of subbing in as a manager made the mistake.
Okay, this is not about Dale. I mean, it's about.
Of course.
He happened to be there at that time.
No, absolutely, I understand.
Yeah.
On that particular day, that person, it was a mistake on our end in terms of communication. They didn't know to close the doors and windows. It wasn't a problem the week before, and it wasn't a problem the week after, or any of the weeks after. That was the last time. I believe it was in March, maybe, and I'll speak to the eagerness to open the doors and windows. But that was the last time. That would be Dale spoke to the way. He's happy to have it. There's been nothing since.
So I would just, I don't want to go back to Percy's. I'm just saying there has been like battle weary for that location. I think that violation of stipulations have been violated. I'm going to say from community board standpoint, that to me is like the worst thing, because we depend on supporting you because of mutual agreement on the stipulations. So to me, that's just the very important thing. I also want to say, I feel almost like it's somewhat of a threat that if you don't let us do this, we won't be successful and someone worse will come in. There are all kinds of businesses on Avenue A. There are 4 a.m. bars. There are real restaurants that are just restaurants that are successful. So I think it's within you. I mean, if you're not successful in your concept, maybe it's your concept. But I think, it is proven that different kinds of businesses can be successful there, which is not a judgment whatsoever on should be a DJ or not be a DJ. I'm just speaking to those comments. That's it. No.
So I would like to say a few things. So I was there in June when I met with Al. So I've been there several times. I was there a couple times before we met with Al, and I will say, those nights that I was in there then was much louder. And I think I shared an example that one night I was in there, and the music suddenly went down to a volume that you could discuss. And like 2 minutes later, it went back up to where I couldn't speak to the person I was there. That was prior to meeting with Al. When Al was there, we set the sound. So I've been in a couple times since then in the last month, 6 weeks. And the sound has been good. But what I'm going to, I guess, agree with Susan on this point that I think it is a restaurant up until a certain point, maybe 9 p.m. But after a certain point, it's not a restaurant. And you mentioned the first thing people ask when they call is about DJs. People aren't calling for restaurants about DJs. They're calling for party venues, and that's okay. I'm not saying that's a problem. But this is not what you proposed originally to the community. And this isn't also, I think, what someone mentioned. On your petitions, you're talking about a restaurant. I'm not saying you're not a restaurant, but after a certain time, like I've in the last couple months, I don't think I haven't seen any people eating after like 9 or 10 when I've been there. It's not really a food place after 9 or 10. It's a bar, it's almost like a club. And the one night I came by and the windows were open. I know someone said they're closed every night, and you said the window, it was almost 11 o'clock and your windows were open. I'm not out policing. I came in and had a drink. I wasn't coming in to tell you to close your windows because that's not my job. But I was in there and the windows were open later. And I could hear it as I was walking down the street. So I thought I was going to go in with Brendan. I had a drink and it was fine. But it is, when those windows were open and the music wasn't loud, but the crowd itself was loud and it was spilling out. It was one of those nights where it was hot, the weather broke, everyone was glad to be outside. So again, I'm not saying it's necessarily, it's just a conglomeration of people that you were attracting, and it's that voice, those voices carry. You've only been open almost a year now. Oftentimes we want people, even if they're coming in just for a straight upgrade from beer to wine or any changes, to be open at least a year, if not longer, to go through an entire season to show us how you can operate and how you can follow your stipulations. During this year, you haven't followed your stipulations several times about various different things. You're also wanting to change your method of operation. You're going to a 4 a.m., you're adding DJs. And I understand you're saying that you need to stay in business, but you agreed to this in the beginning and you told the community that it's going to be a restaurant and a place for the neighborhood, and it is during the day. And even in the night, it's a neighborhood place. I mean, I'm not saying those people are not from the neighborhood, but it's a very different business at night. And that's what the people on the block are complaining about. It's those crowds that we want you to have because that means you're successful, but it also just causes additional problems in the neighborhood. And 37 and 19 non-crime corrected 311 calls in under a year is a lot. 19 non-crime corrected, was 37 total, 19 non-crime corrected, which means the police showed up and they're not finding them, they're not arresting or citing them, they're showing up and they confirm that the problem was complained about is happening. So
they show up and they say,
yes. So 19 is kind of a lot.
That's a lot.
So, you know, all of those things just make me a little nervous. And, you know, to tag on to what John said, yes, if we give you a 4 a.m. license, you basically admitted that you're kind of struggling financially. If you fold, or even if you're successful and you leave, go somewhere else for a bigger space, we're stuck with a 4 a.m. license. We worked hard to kind of scale back what was happening on Northern Avenue A, which was really bad for many years, and they've got it a little bit more under control. There's still bars there, but it's not what it used to be. And if we add 4 a.m. licenses and then you either fold soon or you are serve out your lease and you move, it can become a bigger problem then. So adding a 4 a.m. license, I'm going to be honest, even though adding a DJ is not what you originally agreed to, I don't necessarily think a DJ ties in with a restaurant per se. It can, but it's not the neighborhood place that you were promoting. I have less of a concern in some ways, even though it's changing the nature of the business, adding a DJ than extending the hours. Because I trust Al, I'm not saying I don't trust you, but if you are successful in what you want to do, it's going to cause a problem because more people are going to come. I trust that you're going to adhere to what Al's done. So if a DJ plays for the system, I'm a little less concerned about the sound of the DJ. What I'm concerned about is it's changing the nature of what you originally presented and what you're now wanting to change to in under a year. That's kind of a quick turnaround.
Real quick, our original 30-day notice definitely said bar and restaurant. The questionnaire we submitted in 22 said the same thing. 30-day notice we submitted this time said bar and restaurant, and it says that also in the questionnaire. And I understand the point, but I do think that from the outset they've been forthright about the fact that they're going to open at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We asked for later hours than they ended up getting in 2022, right? So it's not an entirely incongruous method of operation from what was initially proposed.
It's nothing like the Corner Bistro. I went back and watched the video 2 nights ago.
I haven't been to the Corner Bistro. I don't, and I'll take your word
it's, and you mentioned at that original meeting that you wanted to replicate what you had at the corner bistro over here.
But what he said was, if I remember correctly, was that they do a late food trade at the corner bistro.
Yes.
And then what they wanted to do was try to do a late food trade here as well. And I think that still is the goal.
But that's not
We
at all what
understand, we understand that may not be happening. They're trying to do that. They do want to develop that part of the business. So again, I hear everything. I hear there might be some flexibility on a DJ if it's limited to vinyl, perhaps. Is there any flexibility in the hours that might be, palatable to the committee?
I personally rather see that your sound stuff actually was helpful for.
I don't know. Would you call it that?
I didn't call on anyone. Someone speak. Susan, John wants to speak. Sorry. Go ahead, Susan.
So aside from, sounds like we all agree it's not just a plain restaurant. What I find most concerning is that the police have showed up 19 times and found the problem. People have called more than twice that amount. But 19 times the police are less likely to find a problem. I deal with them throughout. It is not usual for the police to come and say there's a problem. Usually it's, no visible signs or whatever. For the police to have come 19 times and found there was a problem, to me is the most, I wasn't aware of that, is the most concerning thing I've heard tonight.
I've been present and police have come. So I remember 9 times. It's about 3-1 call to after response. They've come into dances and they've been like, this is not that.
They went on record 19 times. The other times they said there wasn't a problem, but they went on record. It's open data, you can see it. They went on record 19 times saying there's a problem. The police are generally more likely to work with the business. It's not against them. So I think to me that is I'm the one that gets the complaints. To me, that's a really concerning problem. 19 times is a lot.
John?
It happens once or twice. Anything happens once or twice.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about the DJ for the hours that are there. I don't, that's, if the sound booking is fine, I just think it's going to wind up. I haven't seen you get concerning you guys, and I agree with Susan that there's a huge problem that the police have showed up so often to a business. I would have been concerned if there were 7 or 8, times the police confirmed there was an issue, but 19 is too much. It's way too much. So, I would personally, a DJ, I don't have an issue with the DJ. It's as long as the sound is actually corrected and there's no additional speakers. But for the hours, no way. I want to see you guys operate for a while and be able to not have any issues before I would want to see any extension of the hours. It's just, I just see this could really as you guys get desperate, this kind of really snowballs into all kinds of stuff. And I just, and if you guys leave, we're stuck with it. So I don't want to be stuck with the problem. I'd rather see you guys be able to operate well. And clean up the issues you have.
Okay.
So.
So, Steven?
It doesn't sound like extended hours is going to pass, but what about the vinyl DJs? That's something we can stipulate specifically for vinyl DJs, because I can vouch that, my personal opinion, vinyl DJs wouldn't be so much a concern as, 2000s.
And that's what I said. I don't, in theory, I don't have a problem with the DJs because I trust, and I do trust them that they're going to follow Alfred recommendations.
Yeah.
I just think my concern just is that's just changing it more from a restaurant into more. It's a place people are coming for the DJ. And that's again, in theory, I don't have a problem with it, but looking back, they came to us in February. After they were only open 4 or 5 months to upgrade already. So I just fear, and we see this a lot. People come in and they come into a space and they think they can make it work, and then they have to upgrade and constantly change their plans to be able to make it work. And it's, without sounding harsh, it's not necessarily our problem if they can't make it work with their business plan. That should have, they understood what they were agreeing to in the first place. They didn't have to agree to that. So.
And any change if they were willing to agree that that DJ would only be on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, and no later than 11 p.m.
Again, in theory, don't have a problem with DJ. I'm really not okay with the extending the hours. In part, though, I think to tag on to what I said earlier, I would really like to see you operate for an extended period of time following your stipulations before I make any changes in theory. And I trust that you want to. You haven't shown us that you have. I mean, the most recent, I think when I pulled it from one calls, the most recent non-crime corrected was a couple weeks ago. So they're still happening. And they were, I think it was, anyway, it was within a few weeks. And
It's a beautiful space, great plan, you seem like a great operator, but, considering the track record of the calls, extend hours. It's a shame, because, I want to see them succeed, I trust sound engineer, I trust them. That's how I'm doing right now.
Same boat as in, are we?
I share all of your concerns and reservations.
In the sense of
the hours, in the sense of the concern with the number of calls from town.
But are you on the side, or is your thought that we wouldn't change anything at the moment? We would keep the hours, give them the DJ, we would. I mean, my initial thought is I'm not really comfortable giving them anything at the moment until they can show they've been operating. As I said, the DJ doesn't scare me as much. It's changing it more from a restaurant into more of a.
Would you consider giving them the DJ and not the hours? That's something you consider.
One thing I'll point out that I'm told that some of the police that responded confirmed that they were complaints coming upstairs.
But it doesn't matter.
The police found a problem. I understand, only to say that now there has been a remediation done. And presumably, like what we're doing. You don't know, first of all, you don't know where the 311, but you're making an assumption. And I don't know that she's been calling 311. But the issue is not who's calling. The police found a problem. And the police, I doubt very much they didn't go into her apartment. They did not, but they actually said that they thought it was her son, not her. And my point only is to say, Susan, that subsequent to that, for the last 6 months, we've been working to remediate the sound, specifically that the person that we believe was making those calls. And so it's happened a few weeks ago, and it wasn't. This isn't about her apartment. I believe that you guys can fix the sound in the apartment. I don't think that's the issue. The police are coming to the venue and finding a problem there. They're not going up to your room. It doesn't matter who calls. They're not going up to your apartment. The police are coming. They came 30 times, and 19 of those times they found a problem. And the last one was recent. So, you've got to manage. That's something you got to figure out how to manage. Find out exactly what is it that you can work with the police. They're happy to work with you. Ask them what you can do better.
When the police come and find a problem, sir, can you just give it to them? The police come and find a problem. Do they write a report?
They
They write it up, yes, it goes into the 311 open data.
Does it say like there was a noise problem or a noise violation?
No, they don't.
Well, that's the 311s that I pulled were the noise complaints.
It's like a pull down thing, either it's no visible thing, no problem, or non-crime corrected, that's their pull down, non-crime corrected. What that means is they found a
Well,
problem.
they took action. The response to 311 is the police took action to fix the
Generally, what the action is close the windows, turn down the music, that kind of thing. Those are the actions, they're not criminal actions. That's what
But
they
most of the time, like, I'll see 40 or 50 311 calls and 3 or 4 are non-crime corrected.
Or non-what?
Or non-crime corrected, which means they took action to fix the problem. Usually when I pull the 311s, it's a very small percentage that the police actually took action to fix the problem before it's listed. So C19 is.
This is high compared even to Avenue Way, which is very loud. I live on Avenue Way. Even for Avenue Way, 19 is a lot.
So it's possible the police came and 19 times they said, turn it down, close the window.
Yes.
Right.
It's possible that.
It's not possible.
It's not possible, it actually happened.
They did. The other times, and there was 30-some.
37.
The other times, they didn't.
They showed up and said, it's not loud, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
There's no way to tell whether or not one person called.
No.
I can care less if like
It doesn't matter.
half a person called. I mean, the police actually confirmed there was a problem
This
19
is why we
times
consider
in less than a
non-crime
year.
corrected, because a lot of times we have had situations where it's one person calling just because they don't like them. And that's when the police know that, they don't put it down as we took action to fix the problem, because they know.
The police do know that?
The police do know.
Yes,
They know.
absolutely, they know. They watch who calls.
We've had conversations with them about this, and they are aware, and they don't get the call themselves, but they know when it's
They see
repeated
the call.
caller,
They see the
and they
call.
come out and there's not problems. Right.
But they're not going in anybody's apartment. So this is not about sound in somebody's apartment, it's 19. These
Sound
are,
on the street.
Yeah.
this
The
is.
problem's on the street, if you open till 4, it's only gonna get worse, it's gonna accelerate.
These are problems that they're going to the venue and they're finding problems on the street. They're not going to anyone's apartment. This is not DEP going into somebody's apartment.
I can tell you with the levels that they have in there, they should keep the windows closed.
Yeah. So even earlier in the evenings, before 10, like, we have the stipulation you have to close the window to 10 or when amplified sound is playing. Often earlier than 10, even in the 8 or 9 o'clock evenings I've been by, your windows are open and your music is playing at the same levels that you suggested, but that music is traveling down the street.
And that's non-compliant with your stipulations. Your stipulations say that you have to have the windows closed when there's amplified
And if your
sound.
windows are open during the
And you're not
afternoon, that's fine, but you have to crank the music down. You can't have your music up until 10. You can't have your windows open until 10 with that same levels of music.
So you're already not, this is why you're having problems. Because our stipulations are to deal with the problems so that you can be in business without a problem. You're not following our stipulations.
Okay, so any other, we need to wrap this up and move on. I want to help you out, and but I just, with your track record, and I believe you that you want to do better, I just think you need to prove that.
Some more time.
Need to manage the business.
Summer months are crazy, time. Going to the floor.
So-
Windows and opportunity.
So I'm kind of going to take a straw poll. Who thinks, where are we with, is anyone on board with approving the 4 a.m. DJ? Who's on board with approving DJ no hours? The rest of us feel we should keep them in where they are right now, is that?
Yes.
So it looks like, I think that's gonna be the motion that we would deny their request to extend their hours and add a DJ at this point.
We add the DJ?
No, right now, I mean, you were the only one that was gonna approve that, so we'll make an actual formal motion. I'm just kind of doing a straw poll, but the motion would be that we are gonna deny the request to add DJs and extend the hours at this time. Do I have a second? Second. Okay. To a vote, John?
Yes.
No. Stephen? No. Guillermo? Lynn? Yes. Michael? Yes is.
Oh, yes. Say this is under your control, but really, it's not the board, it's under your control. And it's something that you can do.
I mean, we do, I agree with a lot of things that everyone said, like, I want you to be successful, and I understand that this isn't helping, but I just really would like you to show us that you can do it. Before we give you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so next we are going to move on to. Next, we are going to move on to the Pineapple Club, 509 East 6th Street. You are the applicant for Pineapple Club, or the attorney representative, please raise your Zoom hands.
What do you do? I used to own a business. Oh, yeah. So I had like leases and food halls. Okay. And I ran like three.
Here for Pineapple Club, please raise your hand. Oh, I'm sorry, it's already.
Hey, can you hear me? Awesome. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Hey there, Travis with Pineapple Club. Let's see, not amending any hours, humbly requesting the ability to include a DJ. We've been operating for 4.5 years. During that time, I think that we've proven, good behavior and through performance, and trying to be active members in the community. And we're friends with everyone on the block. They all have our personal phone numbers. We've done sound abatement as well, top of the line stuff, so that there's no noise. And as well, we're a cocktail bar and a restaurant, tropical. We serve food all the way up until the end. With that being said as well, we're not looking to become a club in any capacity. We would just like the ability to maybe once a week, twice a week, have a DJ, if possible. So requesting that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a brief summary here. This is Pineapple Club at 509 East 6th Street. They are seeking to alter their full on-premises liquor license to add a DJ. They are not requesting, as you mentioned, the change of hours or any other of their stipulations. They've operated since May of 2020 with a certificate occupancy of 140 people, 40 tables, 101 seat, 20-foot bar with 12 stools in the ground floor, 14-foot bar with 8 stools in the basement, kitchen open during all hours of operation, music at background levels, doorman Thursdays through Saturdays, happy hours 7 p.m. There are 20 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. In this situation, I don't think there were no 311 calls, so as I think what you
said. Yeah, really, there's in time with 0 311 calls.
Yeah, so I mean, but here's what I have to. Okay, so I gave that summary. Everything else is staying the same. The previous stipulations, there was ambient background music only. No party calls, there's hot buses, happy hours until 7 p.m. No wait lines, etc. So, but I need to ask you, so you were approved in 2021 for an alteration to include DJs, correct?
Were we? I don't believe so, not to my knowledge. That would be news to me.
So here's what happened. So I look back at the minutes and the reference from, I think it was either October or December of 2021.
Yeah, it was like October of 21.
So you came, I don't know you, but someone from Pineapple Club came to Community Board 3, requested an alteration. Everything I can find, we approved adding DJs. Now, what I couldn't find was that it was ever approved or acknowledged by the state. So were you approved by the community board and then you never actually went to the state to get this added to your liquor license? Is that what happened?
So I think that we've requested this is the second time because we've still never received it. I don't know where it was lost in translation on our end. So to my knowledge and to our liquor license attorney knowledge as well, we weren't approved. But maybe that was just because again, there was some sort of miscommunication that went on. But yeah, again, hoping to get that ability, just because again, yeah, it would create a nice draw. But again, we would just like it for a couple days a week, maybe once a week, if that even, probably closer to once a month.
Just looked up and she confirmed that we sent the approved resolution with adding DJs to the state. Now that doesn't mean that you went forward with that. Is your attorney, is Terry here?
I don't think so. I'll text him right now. I think he was unable to make the call this evening.
Was he your attorney back then?
He was as well. Yes, he's been our attorney for the last 4 years, including the when we first applied back in 2019.
I've worked with Terry for a long time. It's 509E6. We've worked with Terry for a long time.
In 2021.
I would be a little surprised, like if it was approved, I'd be surprised that Terry didn't follow through with it or what happened. Okay. That's why I was hoping you wouldn't have any answer. Because when I looked up the files, I was kind of surprised to see you coming again when you were approved before. I was hoping you had an answer for that, but it doesn't sound like you have much more information than we do.
No.
So I guess Susan's pulling the physical file just to confirm that we actually formally approved you. Once you bring it,
I guess, yeah, if you could resend those over, and again, I'll follow up with Terry. I don't think that, he's aware either. But if we're unable to find that approval, are we able to get it on this go, I guess? And is my question, like, would it be in our benefit to submit the new stuff?
Travis, let me talk a second. So, it's been so long, the state would no longer accept it. We would have to reapprove you tonight. So, I'm not going to say that's what's going to happen, but theoretically, you have past approval because it's been 3 years. The state wouldn't accept that. They would make you come back to the community board almost automatically, basically. So you would have to come back to us anyway. So I'm not saying even if you couldn't move forward. You would have to come anyways. So what I would like to propose to the committee, and I don't think you're going to argue with this, is that we would just simply reapprove the resolution that we approved in.
Yeah, if the stipulations say may have a DJ.
Yeah.
Stipulations say, but this is from 21, so it's not that they're not going to.
That's what I just was explaining.
Yeah.
So
so
the stipulations, it was signed. I can't actually read it actually was you. In October 2021. So what I'm proposing is, again, one, because even in these last 3 years, you've operated with no one complaints, we've heard nothing from the neighborhood. So what I would like to propose to the committee, and if you accept this, is that we would simply reapprove this resolution that we passed in October of 2021, which, and I can read it to you now just so you can confirm that you still agree with it. And then we would reapprove that, and then it would be sent again to the SLA. You would then have to get this renotarized and then proceed with this to the SLA for your formal approval from the state.
That would be amazing.
Okay, so we don't have this. We don't have this looked up on the computer. I'm just going to read this to you for now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this is for the rest of the committee. So I will operate a full-service Polynesian restaurant with kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation are opening no later than 12 p.m. all days and closing by 1 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. So in this one, you did not check. You have an outdoor space, don't you?
No, it's fully enclosed. There's no outdoors. And we had our outdoor structure removed in compliance with the new regulations that are coming.
Are you planning on adding another space on the sidewalk or the street?
Not at all.
Okay, so then on the new form, I'm going to check off, I will not use outdoor space for commercial use.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that it might have been with outdoor on the previous one because we had it, but yeah, please remove that because we have no need.
So then I will employ a doorman or security after 11:30 p.m. as needed, is what you said before. Already installed soundproofing. You have a closed fixed facade with open doors or windows. And then you will have DJs, but you will not have live music, promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. And it's no more than 2 DJs per week.
Perfect.
And that's okay? That's what you agreed to before?
Yeah, that 100%. Even that's more than we plan even, but that's perfect to have that ability.
And what you said before was you'll have ambient background recorded music only, and may have a DJ playing a curated playlist at ambient levels, not entertainment levels. Will not have dancing, live music, promoted events, scheduled performance, or any event which a cover fee is charged. Will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3. No pub crawls, no party buses, no unlimited drink specials. Happy hour ending at 7. No wait lines. Staff person outside to monitor the street. We'll post this by my liquor license, and residents may contact me at the number below, 702-371-1164. Okay, so that was what we approved before. That's what we're going to put on a new stipulation for resolution. Send out again. I'm going to put this to a committee vote. John?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Clint? Yes. Michael?
Yes.
Guillermo? Okay.
Thank you very much.
So that has been approved. We will be sending out to Terry. I'm sure you'll probably email a copy, whatever, with the instructions on getting it notarized, and then make sure you get to the state this time.
Thank you guys so much for your help. I promise I'll do it right on this scale. Appreciate it.
Okay. Right? We're not too bad. It's only 9 o'clock. Okay. Okay, so we're moving on to number 5. Doris Restaurant, 40 Avenue B. If you are here for 40 Avenue B, Doris Restaurant, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, I see we have Dora here. Anyone else? Dora, you have a representative attorney here?
Yes.
Your attorney, Victor.
You have attorney. Yes, I have also attorney. I don't know if he can available to get in the line.
Here at the Zoom meeting.
What's their phone number?
Give me 1 second. What's the
Sure.
number?
Okay. I don't know how to go back to.
Give me 1 second.
097.
It's 646-515-1097.
They're here listed as a number of their colleagues, so we're going to promote them as well.
Doris.
So we promoted your attorney. You can press *6 to on your phone to unmute so you can speak.
Give me 1 second.
Give me 1 second. What did I do?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Your attorney is calling it on a phone. In order to unmute yourself on a phone, your attorney who can hopefully hear me has to press *6.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me contact him.
Yeah, text him or call him and just let him know on the Zoom, in the Zoom, if he presses *6, it should unmute him and allow him to speak.
Okay.
Six, 6.
*6.
¿Cuál fue el resto?
Why wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they're posing a
Lots of complaints.
Huh?
They have complaints.
They said that you gotta press *6.
Well,
He's saying that he's putting *6 is not letting him in.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if you're on phone, unmute yourself.
Yeah, hello? Can you hear him now?
We cannot. I think it's still showing that he's muted. Yes. Oh, now we're good. Now we're good. We can hear him. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, guys. I'm going to need a new phone.
So I'm going to give a brief summary of your application, and then I'm going to hand it over to you for any clarifications or comments. So this is Galvin Restaurant LLC doing business as Dora's, seeking to upgrade to a full on-premises liquor license. And the premise is located at 40 Avenue B between East 30 and East 4th Street. It's an application for an establishment with up to 54 people, 19 tables, and 60 seats, including a stand-up bar with 6 seats, a full kitchen, serving food during all-hours operation, 2 televisions, speakers playing recorded background music only. This application was approved administratively for beer and wine license and opened in July of 2023. There's one form. That's actually correct. This location has previously housed several restaurants with full liquor licenses, including El Carnival, Fonda, and Fonda held a full liquor license. El Carnival did not have a full liquor license. Prior to that, it had been several other renditions, mostly with a full liquor license. Dora's restaurant opened in 2023. She has stated she has over 29 years of experience in restaurants, including 20 years at the Pan American Hotel in Queens and 7 years at the W Hotel in Manhattan. There have been 7 311 complaints with non-crime corrected by the police since July of 2023. There were 24 total calls in total. 12 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. Their hours are opening no later than 3 p.m., closing by 11 p.m. Wednesday through Sunday. They are not using outdoor space for commercial use. They will close facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. any night. They will play ambient background recorded music only. Will not have live music, DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or cover charges. Will not apply for alterations that come to CB3. Will not have public calls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials. Will not have. Actually, I don't remember if you checked off happy hours, and will post the stipulation beside their liquor license. Is there anything else that you would like to add, change, or correct?
Yes, sir. I can barely make you out, but I can say we're just asking for, respectfully, humbly asking for a full liquor license. This is a good establishment. The neighborhood knows us. And that's what we're asking for. We don't have any DJs, no live music. It's just a radio. It's a family-oriented restaurant. And all we're asking is, again, humbly, respectfully, for the liquor license. There's been a high demand for margaritas. Margaritas and the tropical drinks. There's nothing out of the ordinary. We will stay open from 3 to 11 p.m. It's not going to stay late night after that. and we just wanted a chance to be part of the community, respectfully.
So I do have a question. I've actually received I've spoken to several people in the neighborhood. They've reached out to me since they knew this was on the agenda. And I live on Avenue C and 3rd basically, so I walk by on a regular basis. You mentioned that you haven't had DJs. I would like to question that. Starting in the spring in March, I think almost every Saturday night you've been having DJs with the windows open. Is that true? And I'm saying that I walk by personally.
Is this 40 Avenue B, sir, that we're speaking about?
100% 40 Avenue B, Doors Bar and Restaurant. She had a DJ in the front corner by the window. So if you're inside the restaurant to the left, I think it was. There's been I these 4 different times. There's someone that lives 2 buildings away that I spoke to. She stated she came in and asked people at least to close the windows, and there was a man, she's not sure if he was a bouncer or whatever, he told her no.
I don't have a bouncer.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Respectfully, we don't have any bouncers there.
But you do have someone, I've actually been in your space.
And I did close the window.
Yes. But she's not here, so I'm just saying what she told me was that she was told. So I was there one night, well after 11, inside your space, there was a DJ there and your windows were open. As I said earlier, I'm not going around policing and telling people that they're breaking their stipulations, but I was there personally. So I'd like to address one other thing. I have not observed this myself, but I have been told this by many people that have been for your salsa night on Saturday nights with your DJ, that you have a crate of alcohol that you keep in each bar for special people. I've been told that by 2 different people. I have no confirmation of that. Again, when I was in there, I only had sangria. That was all that was on the menu. But I can speak to the fact that the windows have been open many nights after 10 and that there has been a DJ. And your administrative approval stipulated you would not have those. So I know you've been on the call and I know you've heard what we said to some of the earlier applicants. You've only been open a year. Starting in March, you were good up until March, and then you started getting 311 calls. And you had, I think, 7 non-crime corrected where the police showed up and found a problem. That doesn't give me a great expectation about how you're going to operate with full liquor.
I'm sorry, could you say again, sir? I can barely make out what you're saying with the echo. The last question.
So please. my question or statement was, here, I can talk to the mic. Is this any better?
Yes, it sounds a little bit better. Except I have an echo. I don't know why.
What I was saying is, when you originally were approved for an administrative beer and wine license, you agreed to stipulations. You would close the windows by 10 p.m. every night. You wouldn't have DJs, etc. You've been doing that since March. And
okay, I was not
And again,
go ahead.
And again, so my question or my comment was, and again, this is not hearsay. These are things that I've observed myself walking by on many nights. And I guess what I'm not sure, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's that you didn't realize those were your stipulations, but unfortunately, that is also a problem because you are holding the license for the beer and wine. You're responsible for knowing your stipulations. So it doesn't give me a lot of faith in what to expect if we were to give you a full liquor license.
Oh, sir, I was not aware about the window situation. She did address it. She closed it. She closed the window. She was just not aware of all the stipulations. Hold on a second, if you don't mind. ¿Usted tenía un DJ ahí? Did you have a DJ there?
Sí, sí, sí he tenido unos cuantos eventos para poder hacer un poco más de dinero porque yo me estaba haciendo $1,000 a la semana. ¿Cómo pago yo una renta
Sorry
de
about the,
17,500?
Right. Sorry
Entonces
about
tuve que
the
tener
language there.
forzadamente, el landlord
I
lo
will
sabe, yo
translate.
le hablé al landlord también.
She was not aware of the situation of the stipulation, but yes, she does admit she did have it. I have the DJ there to make ends meet. She was being pressured for the rent. The landlord knows. Now that she is aware, again, when you start a business, it's hard. It's hard. She didn't break it. She didn't break the rules on purpose. Maybe out of desperation, due to the fact that she has everything invested in that business, and she did it. Yes, she does admit it. But if you get another opportunity, things are better now. Things are better. It's been over a year, and just give us the hello.
And just
need the opportunity, sir.
Can you comment on the fact that I've been told that she keeps a crate of hard liquor under the bar for regular special guests on the salsa nights?
Can I ask her this question? Él dice que usted le dio licor a alguien especial. Licor.
¿Que yo le di? Yo no, porque yo no estoy en la barra.
No, sir, she's not at the bar. And,
no, lo que hacemos es, lo especial del trago que hacemos es las sangrías de sabores. Tenemos 14 diferentes sangrías de sabores. Esos son los special drinks de nosotros, que le ponemos jugo.
She has 14 different types of sangria, and they add juice to it. There's no special drink besides the sangria. No hard liquor, none of that. No, sir.
I have not observed that personally. I've just heard that from a couple different people. So, anyways, back to the original. The point is.
Yes, sir.
So what we need to do, we need to speak. We need to hear if there's anyone from the community here that wants to speak to this item. We kind of got into a discussion with you and skipped over that. So if there's anyone here from the community to speak to Dora's 40 Avenue B, please raise your Zoom hand.
I only heard 40 Avenue B. I'm sorry, this phone is really, really bad. I cannot hear it completely. I'm sorry, sir. All I heard is 40 Avenue B at the tenant.
That wasn't for you. I was asking if anyone from the public is here to speak, and I'm seeing no Zoom hands, so we're ready to move on. So anyway, Guillermo is going to give a brief translation.
Bueno, I was just gonna, si hay alguien en el Zoom que quiera decir algo sobre esta aplicación. I don't think so. I'm saying it in Spanish in case someone doesn't understand. Hello, 1, 2, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's like muffled.
I was just saying it in Spanish.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I am trying my best to put this ear on the mic, and it's not clear. Can you repeat it slowly, please? Like not that fast. It's my phone. It's definitely my phone.
So, yeah, he's confused at this point.
I was just asking in Spanish and Espanol for the public to see if someone wanted to speak about this item. So, en español, hay alguien que quiera decir algo.
¿Usted oyó eso, doña Dora? Que no lo estoy escuchando nada. ¿Usted está oyendo lo que él dice?
Sí, él dice que si alguien en español quisiera decir algo, ¿no?
El público, from the public, but no, yeah. We said it in English.
No, he said, if anybody like to say something in Spanish or something like that, because it's like an echo.
Right, it's an echo. That's why I can't really make out. No.
Turn it off.
We can hear the language. It's just not the language, it's the phone, it's the echo in the room. If I can just say something, I'm sorry, if I could just say something else, all we just need is the opportunity to be part of the community without breaking the law, and just be part of the community and work and legally, and follow the rules. That's all we're asking for.
Exactly. So I think, can you hear me at least enough to get through this? Can you hear this?
I'm sorry.
Anyways, I think we need to discuss this as a committee now. I think we've talked about it with you. Committee, does anyone else have any questions or comments?
So how many times did you say the police took?
Seven since March.
And how many since March? How many times have they?
24 total.
24 totals?
24 total, 7 non-crime correct.
They opened in July 2023.
And they were good for the first 8 months, and then they started opening on weekends with DJs and windows and parties and salsa parties.
So they've been violating.
So personally, I'm not comfortable operating the full operate on me either. So,
okay, can we get the opportunity? I'm sorry, go ahead, sorry.
I think we're ready to start making a motion that we're going to deny because you haven't shown you can operate with the stipulations you were approved for previously. If you can operate for a period of time with those stipulations, we would consider an upgrade at a later date. But right now, I'm not willing to upgrade to full liquor with your past operation.
Yes, sir.
We fully respect your decision, sir. Now, what is more time? What is more time? What is the time required so we can reapply?
We don't say it's 2 months, it's 6 months, it's a year. It's just a period of time where you've shown you can be a good operator and follow the stipulations that you were approved by. Do you have a copy of the stipulations you were approved for when you opened last year?
Right. Okay. We really respect that, and thank you for your time. But I just want to make this comment. One mistake shouldn't determine this whole thing. Look at all the good things that people do, but they only judge this one mistake.
Specifically, I know that you were open with the windows open and the DJ on Saturday nights. That's only the 5 that I counted. I'm guessing there may have been others, but I don't know.
All right.
So,
I respect your decision, and thank you so much for your time.
So wait, we haven't actually taken a vote. We'll take a vote just if you want to know, but drop out.
Again, I'm not trying to. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to jump the gun here, but I can barely make you out. That's what I heard. I heard our decision is no. This phone, I'm going to get rid of this phone. I'm sorry, but go ahead and make your vote. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Stephen Mallender?
Deny.
Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Guillermo?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, your upgrade has been denied. Again, if you can operate for a period of time, we don't set a date. You just have to show us that you can upgrade and then come back at some date in the future. And after you've proven you're a good operator.
You got it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay. So.
Tough ones.
What did you say? Some tough ones tonight. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to 133 Essex Associates at 133 Essex Street.
What number is that?
It's number 9. If the applicants are here for number 9, 133 Essex, please raise your Zoom hand.
There's a head.
Hey everybody, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Hi, Joseph.
This is Matt, actually, but in Joseph's office. How are you?
I couldn't see you in the back of the conference room. Sorry.
No worries, no worries.
I just recognized the conference.
How's it going?
Good. Okay. I'm going to, as you've heard, I'm going to give a brief summary. We're going to hand it over to you for any comments, corrections, move on to the public, back to the committee. So whereas 3 Essex Associates doing business as a to be determined is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 133 Essex Street between Stanton and Rivington. It's an application for an establishment of 220 people with 25 tables, 98 seats, 1 20-foot bar, operating as a full-service American-French restaurant with a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation, ambient, background recorded music only. There are 32 on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The applicant has operated 146 Broadway Associates with a full on-premises liquor license. We received a letter from the Lower East Side dwellers with concerns regarding the operation of 113 Essex Associates, also referred to as 133 Essex, particularly regarding the potential to become a thematic nightclub venue, similar to the previously operated Sons of Essex. 37 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor. Their hours of operation, the proposed hours of operation are 12 p.m. to 4 a.m. daily. They will play ambient background for music only, will not have DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, live music, or any event which a cover fee is charged. 10 to 15 private parties per year. No unlimited drink specials. No lines. Designated employee to oversee the crowds and noise outside, etc. Okay, is there anything you would like to add, change, correct to what I just summarized?
So just the one thing I want to highlight off the top, and it might be on me for not making it clear enough in the application, but this is a sale of assets. We are buying the assets from 133 Essex Restaurant. We're planning on operating under the same stipulations as them. We are under the understanding that they have a 4 a.m. license across the board. If they have signed different stipulations with you, I know for a fact they have 4 a.m. on the weekend, but if they had signed an agreement with you saying they close at 2 a.m. during the week, we're happy to stipulate that as well. But this is a sale of assets.
I don't think the application stated that.
They could actually do it. Okay. You are. I think you are correct or you were incorrect, but I don't think it actually stated that on the application. I'm just looking at your SLA application, not to us. Yeah, it does say
Sale business.
Yeah, it's basically a new application anyway. So regardless of whether it's a sale of assets, in our eyes, it's still we have to review it as a new application.
Right, I understand, but we're buying the right for the stipulations of the previous operators. We're going to push forward with the SLA with their stipulations. We're happy to discuss our operations with you guys here if you have any specific questions, but I just wanted to let you know off the top. I had noticed that the sale of assets box hadn't been checked. That was on me. I thought that was in reference to an alteration. I had sent an updated packet, not sure if it made the final draft, but it did say on our notice, our original notice to the community board, that this was a transfer for 133 Essex Restaurant. We are 133 Essex Associates.
Okay, so you've added in your summary. We're gonna move to the public right now to see if there's anyone from the public here to speak to this, and then we'll come back. If you're here from the public, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay. I see we have one Daniel Tanow. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Daniel, and we're going to give you 2 minutes, please.
Hi, thank you. I am a neighbor, sharing airspace, and right around the corner from this building. It's actually more problematic that you say that you're buying if you are sticking to the problems that Sons of Essex had, because the application I read that the CB had online was for a restaurant, which kind of made sense. But this is a very problematic neighborhood, this space. We believe that Sons of Essex has been out of their non-compliant with their stipulations because they have club nights. In this application, they said there was no, it would just be background music, but then also the letter that you sent to neighbors or posted for neighbors said jazz music. So it's very troubling to me that, and there's space for over 200 people, but only 98 seats, which leaves a lot of room for partying. So I would suggest a denial of this, unless they can prove that they're going to be a restaurant, and then they would need to have not 4 a.m. hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I see Conti Communications. I think we're going to promote you.
Hi, yes. Sorry, I'm using my company Zoom, but you have Madeline and Emma here. We actually we're the first unit right above 133 Essex. We're right above you guys. Emma, I don't know if you want to talk first.
So yeah, Sons of Essex is already kind of a problem for us. We have a lot of trouble sleeping as is. We can hear every word outside of our apartment, talking, fighting, yelling, music,
cars, anyone who comes by, people on the street. I also think it's important to note that we heard about this today, and we're joining this call because we also thought that this was a restaurant opening. We did not think that this was, going to be a club or a night scene.
Yeah. So we're very concerned about this. There's been construction already outside of our apartment, which has been an issue.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note I actually work kind of in the nightlife scene. I work at a PR agency. I've helped open up plenty of restaurants. I understand the process. This is our day-to-day lives and our work environment. And we, I think it's important that we were also never notified about this until today. No one ever sent us a letter. We didn't hear about this. And we enjoy our peace and enjoy our nice and quiet environment. So this is definitely a surprise for us as well.
Thank you.
Wait, and someone do you live in? Sorry.
133, directly above.
Directly above.
So, if there's been these issues previously with Sons of Essex, have you called 301 or made any complaints about it?
No, we've never made a complaint. We're pretty easygoing people. We're also, we, like I explained before, we work in the nightlife, PR, event scene, fashion scene.
So we get it, but the 4 a.m. thing is definitely.
So I do, so we'll continue on in the public, but just as an aside, I pulled the file for what we had approved for Sons of Essex, and Matthew, to confirm what you said, they were approved for 2 a.m. Sundays through Wednesdays and 4 a.m. Thursdays through Saturday was what they were last approved for.
We pulled from the SLA made it appear that it was unrestricted, but if they agreed to 2 a.m. during the week, we're happy to agree to that.
And I mean, I think we can dig slightly deeper into it, but just what I see, the last approval that we said for Sons of Essex was 2 a.m. and it seems like it was agreed to and sent up to the SLA, so.
Appreciate that, Clint.
Anyways, so is there anyone else here from the public that would like to speak to this item?
Could we make one more note, actually?
Sure, please go ahead.
Like, have you guys been on the street at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 in the morning? It is one of the loudest streets in all of New York.
Messy.
And it's already a very loud space to be in. And I don't know if a new restaurant opening would contribute to that loudness, make it more like effective. Like, I just wanted to put that out there that it's, one of the loudest streets.
We totally get that. And, there's recently been a few new places opening on Essex Street as well, which though they in themselves may not be a huge problem, it's just contributing to a bigger issue. And we don't want Essex Street to become more of a problem than it already is.
Yeah. Yes. That is the exact point we were getting at.
Thank you. Okay, so you've heard a couple of people speak. Anyone else from the public? I don't see any other hands raised. Susan?
I just want to know what the 311s are.
Oh,
I'm asking what the 311s is.
I don't think.
There weren't many for Sons of
I think there's 0.
Because I haven't had complaints for many years. For a while, I did have a lot of complaints. I have not for many years. And you do have to have documentation, because otherwise it is hearsay. Not that I don't believe them, I do. And I know the streets are loud. But you have to have at least the ability for people to have known that, have the police come, have the police tell them that they're too loud. So there's that. People do need to call 311 and or hopefully both let the community board know so that we have the documentation. When we do a resolution, we're not saying this is what we heard. What we're doing is saying the police have come this number of times. We've had this number of times.
Okay. So do you want to, you've heard a couple people from your neighbors speak. Do you have any comments or responses to that?
Yeah, I would love to just hit a couple points, and then I'm actually going to turn it over to Tom and Billy just to kind of give you a overview of the concept, because I think that might be getting lost in the shuffle here. But as far as the issues that were raised, while we say we're buying the assets of Sons of Essex, we are in no way affiliated with Sons of Essex. If they may have been operating outside of their stipulations, that's not something we plan on doing at all. This is background music only. We don't know if they have club nights or DJ nights. That's not our intention. The letter to the neighbors that mentioned jazz music, that's background music only. That's not live jazz music. That's not DJ jazz music. That's just more of a vibe that we're going for to explain the type of music that's being played. It's all background house system music. This is not intended to be operated like a club. Yes, we are asking for late hours. This will operate as a restaurant all the way through until 4 a.m. It's predominantly going to be a steak frites restaurant, American, French classics. The kitchen's going to be open the entire time. Yes, there will also be like a cocktail bar aspect to it. We don't expect that people are going to be necessarily eating at 3 a.m. But if that is the option they want, that's the option they have. And then we just wanted to say to the neighbors upstairs, we totally hear what you're saying. There is a soundproof system in place. If it's not up to code, or if it's not up to the way that they want it, we are happy to stipulate that we're going to upgrade that soundproof plan. And just as far as the letter, we did the best that we could. We were outside collecting signatures for a lot of the last couple of weeks. We posted a letter in the lobby of 133 Essex on the 7th of August, I believe. And that had our contact information, phone number, all of that. So we're definitely doing our best here to be the best operators possible. If Sons of Essex has left a bad taste in everyone's mouth, again, we're not affiliated with them. While we are buying their assets, that's just through an asset purchase agreement, meaning that we're going to take those stipulations toward the SLA, but it doesn't mean we are going to be the exact same operators that they were. Tom or Billy, would either of you like to kind of give an overview of your guys' experience, what you guys are planning to do with the spot?
Absolutely, yeah. I want to emphasize what Matt just said. Like, we're happy to be in touch. Our contact information is shared. It's also on the application. So if there are specific things that neighbors can bring to our attention, we can work to address them as we work towards opening. But yeah, this is going to be Billy and I have combined probably 35 some years of experience in hospitality. We are going to be a restaurant. We love downtown. I live downtown. I've lived in Community Board 3 on all the extremes of it for years now. I love being a good neighbor. So yeah, hope to be in touch. And yeah, just let us know, and we'll work towards making this a better experience for everybody.
Yeah, I just want to throw in, hi, I'm Billy, to what Tom said. 20 years ago, I started working downtown around the corner at Chenet on Attorney and Stanton. And then pianos, and I've grown up a lot since then. And, I'm deep into my 40s now and obsessed with record collecting and jazz. and things of that nature, and kind of calming down. And this is just kind of a dream concept of Tom and ours, to have a place that's kind of a reprieve from what our neighbors called the madness of, you know, Essex Street and Ludlow in that area. We understand that it's like a chaotic, gnarly environment at times, but we want to create like a warm, sort of inviting release from that chaos. And we're very excited to do it.
Okay, thank you for that summary. I guess we're gonna move to the committee now. Does anyone on the committee have any questions for the applicants?
So, I mean, given that you guys actually want to operate a restaurant till 4 a.m., which is, seems really unlikely, you're gonna operate a restaurant until 4 a.m. You know, it seems like after midnight, it's gonna be a bar, is my guess. Do you guys have any real way to handle crowd control? Because that's a huge space. And so the thing is what we've had a problem with a lot of other places, that we're not necessarily concerned about a lot of those places properly soundproofing. The problem is the massive number of patrons who wind up, you know, calling Ubers at like 3 in the morning or outside yelling and screaming, crowd control. That's sort of the insanity. And so I didn't necessarily see any real plan for crowd control for a large space. Can you guys talk about that?
Yeah, so we had submitted a plan as far as like noise and traffic control. If you would like us to stipulate to have a doorman, it's not really part of the concept. We're not envisioning having a rowdy crowd. Again, this is planning on being a very kind of mellow, still late night, but a mellow jazz themed steak frites, martinis, cocktails, that kind of thing. So we weren't planning on having like a robust security team, but if it's something that the community board would like us to stipulate to, or that a security team is on site on the weekend when we're open till 4 a.m., we're happy to have that discussion. But again, it wasn't really foreseen because we're not intending to have that kind of a rowdy establishment.
Right, but I'm saying what happens inside is not, it could be as quiet as a pin dropping inside, but when people leave and you have the capacity for 220 patrons, the fact that you didn't actually have any kind of a really serious way of dealing with them, or I've got serious concerns. It seems naive.
Because we're a restaurant and because of the type of service that we're planning here, there won't be an event at which 200 people leave at once. That's not, Billy and I have experience in events, and we do very different kinds of businesses in addition to this. Like, we are exceptionally good at crowd control and things like that. That's not how we are programming this space at all. However, if that were to become a problem, there are few people better equipped to address it than our company.
So you've seen Essex on a Friday and Saturday night, right?
Yeah, I walk in. I live the neighborhood. It's familiar to me. I'm aware of it.
Okay, so you're going to be able to control thousands of vehicles. I mean, it's like it's really naive. I'm sorry.
We're happy to stipulate, however, if you would like us to have someone at the door post 10 o'clock. We don't foresee that we're going to be controlling thousands of people. We're really responsible for the 98 patrons that are in the restaurant at any one time. I know we put a capacity of 220. That's just what our CO says. There's only 98 seats in the place. It's not really a standing room kind of place. There's no dance floor. It's not going to be wall to wall at the bar. We're really envisioning at max 98 people. And I have full faith that these guys are experienced enough to control that kind of crowd.
Okay, so anything else, John?
No, but I'm just not buying it. I know you're selling it, but I'm not buying it.
So my question is, we've heard you several times in the last year or so for various different items. So we've done a lot of, we've had a lot of conversations about your history, your experience. You both pretty much come from nightlife backgrounds. You worked in nightlife venues, you've man explain the venues. I don't think, at least I don't think Tom, I don't know if Billy, I think has actually held a license. Tom, I don't think has ever actually held a license, but you were.
8 years of fine dining experience in addition to 8 or 9 years of event experience. So I've got plenty of experience in both sides.
But it seems like what you've come to us for several times before, you've come to us looking for a nightclub venue. And when I know the last time we approved you for certain things, it wasn't enough for you to open a nightclub or to your expectations, so you didn't sign stipulations and you now moved on. On the surface, it appears that this is a full-fledged restaurant. I agree with John and I question the hours. I think that's a big issue for me. I'm not convinced based on your experience, and I know what you're telling us you want to do. I'm just not sure that's how it's going to turn out.
And look, I can absolutely appreciate that. I know Tom has come before you guys before, and they were for completely different concepts. And I don't necessarily blame you for taking that leap of logic that if he's been looking for a club the last 2 times, he might be looking for a club again. But all we can do is assure you that he's not. This is simply a restaurant application. We want to stick to the stipulations that we are purchasing from 133 Essex Restaurant. Then that is background music only. That's no outdoor space. Yes, the hours are long, but those are the hours that they worked out, and it's part of the APA. So it's tough for us to go back on those hours when there is a signed contract between the 2 parties. But we are absolutely not trying to operate a club in this space, and we're going to sign stipulations with you guys saying that this is a restaurant. And if 6 months from now you decide that it is operating like a club, you can bring the SLA down on our heads, no problem. Like we would get disciplinaries. We can't operate outside of our stipulations. Sons
of Essex operated for years outside of stipulations. They were a restaurant as well, and if anyone that has been to Sons of Essex can confirm, it wasn't a restaurant.
I have not been there myself. I cannot attest to how they were operating, but we fully intend to operate within the stipulations that we are proposing here. And if that doesn't happen, we will have to come back before you. The SLA takes this very seriously. I do the disciplinaries on my end too. We see it every day. So we're just asking for the chance to prove that what we're saying is true. We do plan on operating like a restaurant. And if that happens to not be the case, then when the business is going to get shut down.
So I understand you're asking for a chance. It's us, you don't have experience in our neighborhood. You don't have experience with Community Board 1. I'm sorry, Community Board 3, right? I'm messing my Community Boards up tonight. And unfortunately, based on the experience we have for you, it makes me a little bit concerned. So if what you're saying is we give you a chance, I might be willing to give you a chance. I'm not willing to give you a chance before I am. I've said this, you may have heard me say this before with other applicants, but it's kind of like giving the keys to a 60-year-old to a Ferrari. Like, it's just something I'm not willing to take that risk on someone that hasn't proven themselves. And what we do know their history, and I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, it's just different than what you're proposing. So until, for me, I'm speaking for the other members at this point, but for me, until you've shown that you can operate something as a restaurant within the stipulations, within the guidelines, and not be a problem, not add to the noise, not add to the crowds, even though I know that's hard to do if you're busy, I'm not willing to give a 4 AM license.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm familiar with babies. I lived in Lanesburg before babies opened. I remember that area where it was like before then. And I remember when babies came in, and it was like a wave of nightlife in that area that wasn't there before. And I can attest to babies kind of hybrid.
Yeah.
Dining, bar, music venue. It's like a balance where it actually is a restaurant. Tables to sit down and eat. and it's like late life venue. So I mean, giving keys to the 16-year-old with the Ferrari, I'm not sure that fits because I have faith in these guys to operate what they say they're going to operate. As I said, they're going to be forever. So I can see what they're proposing. That's where I feel fine about the hours. I mean, it's Sons of Essex was there. It's a 4 a.m. spot. I mean, yeah, it's terribly saturated area. I mean, I see neighbors, said, yeah. I mean, yeah, I live close there as well, and I know it's just so crazy. But it's already licensed before. I mean,
This is separate.
I mean, I want to see a doorman out there, clearing the sidewalks, telling people if they want to smoke, move on. I mean, I have babies, they have, people waiting outside. We can't have that on Essex. We want to stipulate something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're happy to stipulate that no wait lines are intended at all. It's not that kind of establishment.
That's right. That's right.
I feel like we have an opportunity here to review some of the things that we don't love about the ecosystem in that area. Do I have that right? Right? Yeah, we could, right? Like we could. That's where I stand.
So, I mean,
reduction of the hours.
There is that. It's not. It doesn't. And yes, it was licensed before. If he's right, it doesn't mean we have to give it. It's just that's we cannot. They can go to the SLA. If we were to give them early hours and they didn't agree, they can go to the SLA and they might get it. Right. I can't say necessarily what the SLA is going to do.
It's an opportunity.
It is, and what my point is, and I agree. Babies is very different though, and it's in a very different area. So adding babies to Essex Street would be a disaster.
Right.
And I would like to see them prove themselves with something
that is not babies.
First, and they're saying that isn't what they want to operate here. They want to do a real restaurant.
Yeah, there's no live stage. Babies is centered around having 2 live shows a night at 7 and 10. There is no performance stage at this restaurant. It's a completely different concept.
So that being said, most restaurants are not open before 4 a.m.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to get a good steak in the city at 1:30 and people want to eat.
I am always of the mind that the places that stay open until 4 a.m. don't always have to be the loudest ones in the neighborhood. I think neighborhoods could use quieter, lounge-like restaurants, a place to get a good bite, a good cocktail. This is not going to be a club. We can't drive that point home anymore. Yes, we are asking for late hours, but this will be a restaurant, through and through a restaurant.
Okay, so I feel like we've gone back and forth on this. Does anyone else on the committee have any other questions or comments?
I mean, I think you guys should be operating that late. I mean, I'm opposed to the hours, but I think we operate that late. You guys need to have some kind of a system to handle it because people leaving at that time, you definitely need to have security and stuff outside because it's not just people necessarily in your establishments, people who are leaving, other people who congregate outside your place. If you guys leave a void outside, it's gonna be a problem.
I mean, we have a comedy club opening there on Essex. There's that area. I'm just concerned that area of Essex is going to become even more of a problem than it already is.
The comedy club is below Delancey.
True, Delancey is a good separation.
I would also just like to point out that we're not asking to add anything to the neighborhood. We're honestly asking to remove a very loud operator in the neighborhood and put in a quiet operator, granted with the same hours, but we think this will be a net positive for the street rather than a net negative.
And it's 2 a.m. from Sunday to Thursday.
And it's 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday.
No, it's Sunday to Wednesday.
Sunday to Wednesday, sorry. Yeah, Sunday to Wednesday.
Yep, I mean, I think I'm ready to, I think, does anyone else have any questions, comments? If not, are we ready to move towards some kind of resolution? Or, yeah, resolution.
Yes.
I mean, let's see. It's closed and still open. Not that close. So that's the thing. I mean, yes, they're not just necessarily getting rid of something, but right? Yeah. So I would propose, and I'm going to propose this, and we'll see where it goes. I would propose that we would approve full restaurant with all the full restaurant steps, and I'm not willing to go 4 a.m. on nights at all. I would maybe be willing to go 12 and 1, or maybe something a little bit later, but I'm not willing to go with 4 a.m. That's just my, I don't know how anyone else feels about that.
And we don't have to go 4 a.m. all nights. We're wanting to agree to 2 a.m. during the week, 4 a.m. on weekends.
You're going back to 2. You were at, yeah, we went back after we realized they had 2 during the week and 4 on the weekend.
Exactly.
But I'm still not willing to go with those hours. I'm saying 12 during the week and 1. I would maybe even go 12 during the week and give you 2 on the weekends. I like that.
Unfortunately, Clint, I really don't think that's going to work for the concept. Being a late night restaurant is a large part of the concept, and we're trying to prove the point that it's difficult to get a good, high quality bite to eat, especially during the week. Like, I do these community boards multiple times a week. It could be close to midnight by the time a lot of you get out of here. Like, we're looking for a place where people can go to have a late night meal, and a high quality one at that. So midnight during the week and 2 a.m. on the weekend just is simply not going to work.
And I understand that, and that's the choice. I'm stating my concerns, and I respect your opinion as well.
100%.
That's what I
respect.
Unfortunately, as I said, I have not been able to see you operating a full service restaurant in Community Board 3, or anything in Community Board 3 for that matter. So until I have a little bit more to base it on, I'm not willing to go on a leap of faith. Nothing against you. I would say the same things to any other applicant coming into the same situation. I'm not willing to go with that. I don't know about the rest of the committee, but right. Let's just say here, I'm going to take a straw poll. I'm proposing 12 during the week and 2 on the weekends. Straw poll on those hours. Or earlier hours or later hours or something different. But straw poll on what I just said.
Yes. I don't mean like 1 and 2 or something, but definitely not 4. It's not a restaurant, and there's nobody. If they get in at like 2:30 in the morning to get a free steak.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it was 3.
And I love steak. And I live nearby.
Okay. And Michael,
I'm okay with the hours.
You're okay with their hours? It's there. I think. Okay. Well, it sounds like right now with straw poll, we've got 3 for those hours. Sure. So I'll make a motion, and we can go through the stipulations as presented. I would like to make a motion though to change the hours to 12 during the week, and feel like I want to say 1, but I'm going to be really generous and do 12 during the week and give you 2. Again, you don't have to agree. That's just what I'm proposing. So Michael's going to put the stipulations up, and we're going to go through everything else. I understand we disagreed on the hours, but we're going to go through everything else just to make sure we're on the same page. So I, Billy Jones, and Tom Moore, as a full representative of, wait, but you do have a corporation name though, right? with the DBA pending, but I think, what's your corporate name?
Corporate name is 133 Essex Associates LLC.
Okay, I knew there was one in there, okay. Located 133 Essex Street. My license will be a full liquor. I will operate a full service American French restaurant, with kitchen and open food, serving food during all its operation. Hours of operation would be Sunday through Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., Thursday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. What did you say we were going to add a doorman? I mean, normally we would say that a restaurant shouldn't have or shouldn't need a doorman of security.
That we didn't plan on having a doorman security because we're planning on operating as a restaurant. But it seems like the board is concerned about people leaving late at night. So if you want to stipulate that we have a doorman, we're completely happy to do that. Again, it just wasn't in our concept because we're going to be operating as a restaurant.
I'm going to go with my initial thought and say no, a restaurant shouldn't have it, but we do stipulate. We do stipulate down below that you have there can be no lines, the sidewalk has to be clear, etc. So I'm just.
A member of staff can be there when big crowds of people are leaving to make sure that people disperse, call Ubers to the corners. They're not crowding outside the front of the building. That's fine.
Now, under soundproofing, you said soundproofing was already installed. It sounds like hearing from the residents directly above that that's completely inadequate, that they're saying they can hear conversations in the space below. So, is that something, I mean, our normal stipulation is I will install soundproofing to ensure that sound is not audible in nearby neighboring apartments.
We're happy to stipulate to that. We're planning on doing an update to the soundproofing anyway, so any problems that exist now will be fixed.
Okay. And I will install soundproofing to ensure sound is not audible in nearby apartments. And it's that is a closed. Those windows are closed, fixed, right? Those don't open.
Yeah, it's fixed.
So I have a closed fixed facade. I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances. And you had more than 10 or 15 private parties per year.
We can say 15 if that's too much for the board. We can bring that lower.
Range.
You just say.
I mean, my concern, yeah. So. And you know, as we said earlier, 15 is an entire private party is an entire buyout.
Correct.
I would play ambient background recorded music only. I will not apply for an alteration method of operation. I will not seek a change in class to full on-premises license. That's already a full on-premises, so never mind. Not participate in party crawls or party buses or pub crawls. My lips are getting tired of this. I will not have wait lines outside. I will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering or sound noise. I will post a stipulation to stop my liquor license. Residents may contact the manager owner at the number below, and it's Tom Moore, 212-674-7100.
It's like a corporate number. Is that like a corporate number in an office or something?
That's the landline of the location.
Yeah.
For immediate responses, there's that. My personal's also been provided.
You can put Tom's personal cell on there too if you'd like.
What is that number?
Oh, what is that? Sorry. It's 212-551-1021.
Yeah.
Right, so it's 12.
Okay, and then the last item, I mean, I would like to add, just because it sounds like part of the issue I know that they mentioned earlier was the people outside of the previous space. I know we got a stipulation already that you'll have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loiter crowd, but it also means smoking, hanging out when people leave. they kind of need to clear out. So I don't know if we need to make that any stronger or not.
I mean, if you feel like you need to make that stronger, whether they're smoking or not, we're not going to allow people to linger outside the space. But if you want to specify that, that's fine.
John, you suggested.
I would like stronger language.
Okay. So 18, I will ensure the sidewalk is clear at all times?
Yeah. Well, we already said that. Just say that smokers, that there is no smokers.
No smokers, no people waiting for Ubers.
Smokers, loitering, crowds. The sidewalk is clear. Just say. Okay. Okay, anything else? If not, I think we will move to a vote on the stipulations as we have in front of us. Okay. John Val.
Yes, that's in front of us, yes.
Stephen?
Present enough for that.
Okay. Guerrero?
Yes.
Yes. Michael?
No.
Okay. So the motion passes. These stipulations will be sent to you in accordance. The office will take care of that. Again, your choice. You can sign and return them, or choose not to. That's totally, you can discuss that. But they will be sent out as that stipulations were just approved.
Understood. Yeah. Again, we're a bit disconnected when it comes to the hours, but we'll discuss on our end. We'll take a look at that, and we'll let you know if we're going to move forward with that or not.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item we're going to take is Lucy's, which is number 11. Lucy's, it is 135 Avenue A.
Attorney.
This is,
It's number 11. Lucy's 135. Okay. So.
Hello.
Max. Hi, Eleanor. Hi, Craig.
I don't know who Michael is.
That's yeah, so Eleanor and Michael, Eleanor and Max are from our local attorneys, and Craig is the applicant.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure who Michael is.
That's Michael. He's here on our committee.
Oh, sorry, Michael. I saw it as a separate thing. Pardon me. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman PC. With me is Eleanor Schotten, an attorney at my firm, as well as Craig Atlas, who is one of the two partners for the applicant, Lucy's NYC. Earlier tonight, I had another partner, Craig's partner with me, John Neidick. He had to go speak at a AA meeting at 9:30. We didn't think Motel No-Tel would take so long, so apologies that he's not here, but you have one of the two partners. Clint, did you want to do your usual rundown before I give some additional remarks?
It's going to be Lucy's NYC LLC, doing business as Lucy's, is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 135 Avenue Main. It's an application for establishment of 74 people, 30 seats, 16 at tables, 14 at the bar, with less than a full kitchen, but a prep area serving food during the last operation, one television. There are 16 full liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location has been operated as Lucy's for many, many years. I did have that, and I don't think it's here in person, but anyways, it's been open for a long time. Since the 80s, at least. The applicant has several licenses in CB2 and other areas of Manhattan. CB3, yes, one in CB3, I know at least, and multiple others. I'm really mixing up my community boards tonight, sorry guys. And does have experience as a license holder. There were only 3 commercial complaints, noise complaints at this location with police action necessarily in the last 2 years. And I did, sorry, give me one, when we move on to competitions, but I know there were definitely petition signatures that I.
Yeah, we said there's petition signatures.
Yeah, so we're gonna, but so that's just, oh, and then the hours, they're proposing the hours of operation, opening no later than 5 p.m., closing by 4 a.m. all days, which is basically the existing hours they've had for years. Closed 6 to 7. Ambient background recorded music only, no pub calls or party buses, no happy hours, no wait lines, etc. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the applicants.
Great.
For any comments, corrections, anything you'd like to add.
Great, thank you, Clint. So this is a real feel-good case. This is Lucy's, the iconic bar, open since 1980, Avenue A between St. Mark's and East 9th. It was well publicized over the course of the last several months that Lucy was having some financial issues with her landlord, month to month on her lease, potentially being forced out, potentially having to close down. Craig and John, who are native to the area, that really struck a chord with them in particular. And John, the one who's at the AA meeting, in particular him, he used to live above Lucy's, in the apartment right above it. He's close with her and her family. Lucy refers to him as her other grandson. He used to work there back when he was a struggling actor before he changed career paths. And when when Lucy started experiencing the trouble she was having, her granddaughter reached out to John to see if he could help. And he spoke with his partner, Craig, and they ran the numbers and they decided to get involved and save this institution. It's a real passion project for them. They're not changing a thing. They're treating it as basically a historical artifact. So they're not changing anything. They're preserving it. And that applies to what we're proposing for the liquor license as well. All the aspects of the method of operation that you already summarized, Clint. The only two things that are changing is the bathroom. They're making it ADA accessible, and they're modernizing the soundproofing, which is pretty out of date to this point. But Lucy's still going to be there. She's still going to be the face of the establishment. The goal for John and Craig is really for this to be a seamless transition, and from a public facing perspective, it to be the same old Lucy's with Lucy there. It is a transfer application because they're purchasing the assets. It's also not subject to the 500-foot law because the license has been there since before November 1st, 1993, when the 500-foot law was enacted. It's been there since the 1980s. So those are just two facts that I know the committee is always interested in hearing about. They did outreach. We included in our submission not only copies of some petition signatures, which I know you're interested in, but also emails to the local block associations. They heard back and had an actual meeting with 9th Street A1. I don't know if they're here. I don't know if they've said anything, but my understanding is that the meeting was informative for the block association for them to understand what the proposal was. So with that, I will pause and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I am going to turn it over. I thought there was going to be some public, but is there anyone from the public here that would like to speak to this item? Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay. Okay, we have Laura Sewell.
Hi, good evening. So it's Laura Sewell. I'm from East Village Community Coalition. Max, I facilitated a meeting with John, 9A1 block and North Avenue A. So we listened to the proposal and we said at the time that, we wouldn't presume to support the application, but we certainly had no objections to what John was proposing. And, we're happy to see Lucy be able to continue in whatever capacity she can in the space. We asked a lot of hard questions. We had a long conversation. Some of the other operations that are run by this group are quite exclusive, but we did feel confident that, you know, it will continue to operate as much as possible as it is, and it won't turn into something different, and that there will be no outdoor space. I just want to confirm that, which seems to honestly be a problem at some of the other locations. So I'm sorry that John isn't here and that we weren't able to follow up on it. But after the call, we did look at the 311s, and we see that like the place on Canal Street just seems to have a lot. So we wanted to give the applicants an opportunity to address that while we're here. But other than that, we had no objections. Thank you very much.
Clint, were there others? Otherwise, I would respond to what Laura said.
No one else has their hand up, so please go ahead and address any of those comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Laura for facilitating the meeting. I didn't know that it was her who did it. So, you know, we're grateful for that. And she's right. There's no application for outdoor seating here, so that could be part of the STIPs. I mean, look, we all know the issues with outdoor seating. It's a boon for restaurants, a lot of support for it. Inherently, there's noise issues associated with certain outdoor seating operations based on the density, but there's no outdoor seating here. So, and that's how it's been. So that's just, you know, one illustration of how they hope to keep it. They plan to keep it the same and not change anything.
Okay, and I guess, John, Craig, you have nothing to do with Ladai, right?
No, I'm a partner at Ladive as well.
Yes. So can you speak to because I did look them up and I was just going to pull it, but I want to say there was 30-some non-crime corrected 311 calls in the last year or so at that location. Can you speak to the reason why there's so many issues down there? I mean, I know the area itself is becoming a problem, but
I think a lot of this has to do with the Open Streets program at Canal Street being fully closed down, but above and beyond just that, there's just a tremendous number of people that are visiting, that are going down to Canal Street ever since COVID. There's a tremendous number of people at all the businesses. We do have the outdoor seating closed by the stipulated time every night. There's a concerted effort on the part of everybody at the operation to get all of the patio furnishings broken down, have people inside, have the windows closed. And in and of itself, Ladive isn't a particularly loud operation, I don't think, but there is a tremendous volume of people downtown on Canal Street for the whole past year.
I can speak to Canal Street. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm currently working with the police on that.
Sorry, we're having a hard time hearing Susan.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I said Canal Street is a disaster, and I'm currently working with the 7th precinct on that. It's beyond even what the police can control. So I'm just confirming that the whole block is a problem.
And I would just, thanks for that context, Susan. I would just to add to it, just again, drawing the contrast back to this location with the lack of any outdoor seating, and inside, I mean, the entire number of seats is 30, 16 at tables, 14 at bar. It's a small place.
And I mean, I at least understand that it's clearly a different business model, business operation than these other spaces. I think it just sometimes gives us a little pause when we look at other businesses owned by the applicant and their problems. So that's the only reason I think Laura brought it up, and it was something that I flagged as myself.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's fair for you to you know, that's the diligence that you need to do, and I think that's fair. I think, you know, I think what we have in our court in this case is, you know, you hear a lot, you even heard some tonight, applicants come and say, you know, well, you know, we're purchasing the assets and, you know, therefore, you know, we're entitled to the same set of stipulations. But I mean, this really is a case where there's complete continuity. They're not changing the name. They're not changing, you know, Lucy is staying there. It's allowing her to cement her legacy instead of going out of business. You know, so I think just the ask for the same stipulations just makes a lot more sense in this case. given I think the continuity that I think no one disputes is
What I would say is
proposing here.
Lucy's hasn't been a problem. Lucy's has been Lucy's.
John speaks really passionately about this. I wish he was able to stay, but I mean, like I haven't had, I've been before this community board for 9 years now. My firm's been doing it for 35. I've had very few cases where I've had a client that's like so passionate about preserving a place than John has been about this. The way he's approached this in his discussions with me is like, he doesn't want to change anything. He just wants to sort of put in the time capsule the Lucy's as it's always been. And so I think if you haven't had problems with Lucy's, you're not going to have problems with Lucy's.
So again, I'm going to throw this out here. See how the committee feels. Does anyone have any issues with what they heard with Lucy's with this application? Then I think we'll bring up the stipulations basically as presented, and we'll run through them to make sure we're okay with everything, but you guys can comment. Yep.
The pending CLO, that's for the bathroom to make it ADA compliant?
Thanks for raising that. Actually, we put the pending because at the time we submitted the paperwork to you, we couldn't find a C of O, but I actually have an update for you. We since found that there's a letter of no objection on file with the Department of Buildings, which is just as good as a C of O, so it's no longer pending. We have DLB approval.
Excellent. We're going to go ahead and bring up the stipulations, run through those, and we'll move on from there. So, I, Craig Atlas, as a qualified representative of Lucy's NYC LLC, located at 135 Avenue A, will operate a full liquor license with a bar tavern with less than a full service kitchen, serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation will be 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. all days. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use. Will employ a door manager security personnel, one door manager security personnel. Will install soundproofing to ensure sound is inaudible in neighboring apartments. Will have a closed fixed facade, no doors or windows, etc. Will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. Will play on background recorded music only. Will not apply for an alteration without coming for CB3. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including booze brunches. Will not have a happy hour. Will not have wait lines. Will have a staff person to ensure no noise or loitering. Will post a stipulation we saw my liquor license. Reference may contact the manager owner below. Craig Atlas, 917-502-2034.
So, Clint, that is consistent with everything we submitted. Craig, last chance. Anything you hear there that didn't make sense to you?
No, all good.
Great.
Okay. So that being said, we're going to move to a committee, unless anyone else in the committee have correction. Okay, that's what we discussed. So, going to move to a committee vote. John.
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Guillermo? Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. So your motion has passed. The office will be sending out the stipulations for you to get signed, notarized, you know the whole drill. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, 2 more.
Okay, let's go. Atrium. How many? 2?
2 more. So, sorry, 3 more. 3 more. Okay. We're moving on to number 12, entity formed by Nick Bedore, 192 Allen Street.
What?
Oh, this is Sam Franklin.
Oh.
Move it right now.
Okay. Yeah. Frank and Nick, we have everyone. Okay, I'm going to give a quick summary, and then we're going to flip it over to you. So, Nick Bedore is seeking a full on-premises liquor license premise located at 192 Allen Street between Houston and Stanton. It's an application for an establishment of 150 people, 30 tables, 75 seats, 15-foot bar with 15 seats. Less than a full service kitchen with a food prep area serving sandwiches during all hours of operation, live music, DJs, theater and other types of performances, and entertainment level volume. There are 62 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. Premises has been operating previously as a music venue with an OP license that expired in March of 2024. The applicant is a principal of 2 other licensed establishments within CB3 and has been licensed in the cake shop since 1998. There were 0 commercial program complaints or police action necessary. Just to discuss that. Describe any. No. We have received 1 letter of opposition / concern from the Lower East Side dwellers about this location. 23 residents who live within 2 blocks signed a petition in favor. They're proposing hours of 8 a.m. closing by 3 a.m. They will not use outdoor space, have a closed fixed facade. Not host public crowds or party buses, no unlimited drink specials, happy hours until 8, etc. So, Frank or Nick, is there anything that you would like to correct or add to what I said?
Well, just at the outset, if we checked off entertainment level, that's a mistake. It's ambient background music. It's not entertainment level.
So the music will be entertainment. It will all be ambient background level?
Correct.
Frank, that's not right. The reason I want this space is because it's been a venue. Just so for context, I've had businesses in the neighborhood for 30 years. I've lived in the neighborhood longer. Right next to Lucy's, I opened Alt.Coffee, which was an internet coffee house in 1995 when the neighborhood was still pretty gnarly. And we were open for 12 years without even a beer and wine license. We were just coffee, computers, and comfy chairs. Then I opened the Library Bar in 1998 that's been continuously operating for 25 years in the neighborhood with, to my knowledge, very little complaints. I owned Cake Shop as a record store, cafe, music venue for 14 years on Ludlow, where we had emerging bands that came and we created a really great environment. And then I've had Locks and Lads, which was a kids' hair salon on East 7th Street with my wife. So we've had businesses. We're in the neighborhood. My son went to Earth School. He went to East Side Community. My wife's taught preschool at my little village for 20 years on Grand Street. That used to be on Avenue A. I think you can't get too much more neighborhood than us. I think we've proven ourselves over 30 years of being responsible owners. But a big part of what I want to do since closing Cake Shop is have a place where we can do some live music, a little bit of on the experimental side, and a little bit what I'm calling a performance space, not just bands. We want to do everything from Victorian puppet theater to performance art, just kind of make it a little on the weird on the programming side again, kind of really interesting what the neighborhood kind of started as. We kind of proved ourselves, I think, with that, taking over the Pyramid Club on Avenue A. We turned into Baker Falls last year, and hopefully there aren't any problems there. I think, we've been operating as a venue and neighborhood hub for a year there. So we are, part of this space. It's under the 60 LES Hotel. It's a commercial co-op. It was purpose built to be a venue 19 years ago as Rockwood's main stage. They have incredible soundproofing to the point where when Bloomberg was mayor, he used them as an example of what New Yorkers should be doing for soundproofing. So it's all there. So we are going to be doing programming in addition to having day activations and late night activations with the cafe as well.
Thank you, Nick. But back to one I want to just clarify before we move on, because I think it started on the difference between Frank saying it was going to be on background music and you corrected it. So what are you actually asking for in terms of the music level? Is it?
Yeah, so I filled out the application myself because right now I'm bootstrapping a little bit, and then I was like, well, let me get Frank here as well. So that was a miscommunication on our part. But I do. The interest for me is to provide a stage again for the neighborhood.
And that's what I assume. Being that it was it's in Rockwood, it was an entertainment venue. It made sense for it to be entertainment level. So is it going to be ambient background recorded music, and then with what do I say, performances at entertainment level? Is that?
That's right. Yeah, it'll be both.
Now here's a question. I know. I'm just thinking out loud. I know you had DJs listed. Is DJs something, is that part of your idea for this space? Because
well, yes, part of it is, you know, when I first got into this business, it was a lot easier to make, you know, pay your rent with coffee and you know, maybe some bands and maybe a jukebox, you know, kind of thing. But, you know, it's obviously changed. So, but what I would sort of, you know, let you make you aware of, it's not EDM music or something. I mean, it's just like, we love playlists. Like a big part of what we've been doing at Baker Falls on Avenue A is just curated playlists by the team, by me, by my son. You know, we're like, we want to play good music. So I'd love to be able to put that, you know, in with DJs as well. But it would be sort of, you know, not this EDM dance music, ravey stuff, just like some cool DJs after the band so everybody can hang out. And to be honest, it's a big way of engaging with people when they hear a song they like to chat with the bartenders about, hey, what's this song? And, you know, the same thing can kind of be done with DJs.
So let me ask you, what you just described, that's, I mean, you're talking about curating a playlist by your employees. I think when we refer to DJs, it's more normally like you're bringing in a DJ, an outside DJ that's essentially going to be promoted or going to be having a DJ night, which is often associated with nightclubs and that type of space. Is that something you're proposing, or that doesn't sound described, but I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what my intention is, to have, let's say, a band who maybe they're touring and we know they have good taste in music and they want a DJ after maybe their show at a bigger venue or something like that. So, you know, we really did want to keep it open as, you know, having it as an option, but we can talk about it, you know, if there's a way to make you guys comfortable and everything.
I mean, it sounds like what you're saying you want to do is kind of in line with what we normally are asking. I mean, we're just concerned about you bringing in a DJ for a club night, which doesn't sound like that's what you're proposing, right?
No, it would be in-house. Like I don't really use outside promoters much at all if I can avoid it. We've always been so dialed in with various communities that we could just call in friends, basically. So I'm willing to say, yeah, we don't need outside promoters at all, you know, for that kind of stuff.
Okay, that's fine. I think we're on basically the same page. We can move on from that. Okay, so I think we've got a good summary. You responded. Is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item? Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, seeing none. Committee members, any other questions, comments? Stephen.
I'm under the impression that you suspended live music at Baker's Falls. Is that correct?
For more soundproofing, we're closed because we had an issue where there was a leak under the stage, so we're closed to pull out the stage and fix that.
Got it. Is that due to neighbor complaints or for the acoustics of the space?
It's both, but it is due to our neighbor who coincidentally is a landlord, but that obviously we doesn't matter, you know. Yeah. We used, you know, it's not Alan's fault, but we used Alan. We have we have floating ceilings. We sister joist. We did a lot, but there was one space that was missed, so we have to fix it.
Okay. Susan.
Yeah. So Rockwood was never a problem. However, there are other venues in that hotel that are terrible. Yes. And there is a large NYCHA development right across the street that is very impacted. So I just want to mention that to you, so be aware, keep it like Rockwood and not like the other venues in the hotel.
Yeah, for sure. I was able to get a couple signatures from across the street, you know, but I wasn't aware of that, to be honest. Like, I'm not very dialed in with that style of nightlife, but I can vouch for how we operate, and we always try to keep, you know, those sidewalks are luckily kind of wider than we were dealing with at Ludlow Street, so we want to keep 6 feet so people can go by with a wheelchair, people can go by in both directions. I mean, that's something that we worked with a lot on Avenue A with my security, to be like, hey, look, It can't just be a little narrow thing here. It has to be a distance, 6 feet at least, where our neighbors can get, safely in and out of their buildings and walk down the street. Because again, being in the neighborhood, there's nothing more annoying than when you can't walk down your own block. So.
Thank you for acknowledging that, because we hear that a lot from people. So I have one more question too. In regards to the space, I'm assuming based on the plans, based on what I know has happened, that you're sealing off the space between your side of the space and then the previous space, which Rockwood extended over to Orchard Street, which you've had an application in the past and that's no longer happening. But my understanding is that that is going to be sealed off completely and you're going to have no connection between the Orchard Street side. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's currently, originally when Ken Rockwood moved in, he had the Allen Street side, and then he picked up over time the Orchard Street. So he opened it up. All the C of Os looked good to me that they were separate. And now it's a new tenant that opened Baby Grand. It's I guess like a high-end karaoke. I'm hoping that they don't bleed into our space, but they were the ones who sealed up the space. It looks sealed to me. Yeah.
Confirm. I mean, I understood from hearing that, but I just wanted to confirm that that is completely being sealed up. So, okay. Anyone else on the committee have any other questions for them? If not, I think we can move to the stipulations and kind of go through these with you. I'm going to put them up on the screen. So I, Nick Bador, is a qualified representative of, and what is your, I know you don't necessarily have a DBA, but what's your corporation? Do you have a corporation for this?
Well, but I'll set it up tomorrow. I have all the ducks in line. And because I am paying out of pocket right now, I just wanted to make sure everything was going well today. So
we'll say it's needed to be formed. Located at 192 Allen Street. License will be a full liquor license with a performance venue and cafe, less than a full service kitchen, serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation are all days, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. And is that correct that you are going to open at 8 a.m. every day?
I mean, it worked for us at Cake Shop and Alt Coffee. I mean, if noon makes sense, but I probably, I'm worried because obviously payroll has gone up a lot. Baristas are very expensive these days. So, I'm hoping 8, if it's amenable to say noon, but I probably would open earlier. I'll leave that in your hands.
What I'm going to say is, we'll do whatever you're asking for, but if you're not sure you're going to be able to do 8, it's better to say noon. You can open earlier than that. We have no problem if you open earlier, but the issue is you say 8 and you're not open at 8, that becomes a problem. So if you'd rather say noon, 12 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Yeah, that gives me a little breathing room, which I appreciate. So yeah.
Still open if you want to open at 8 a.m. That's great. I think the neighborhood would like another daytime space, but that way you don't have to be open till 12. Okay.
That is just, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. A part of our component is making it a place where in the daytime people can come and have a meeting and get some work done. And we always have a big NA program anyway. But yes, providing that day space for the neighborhood is very important. And I think it needs it for sure.
And then I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. I will close all outdoor dining. Oh, sorry, I'm skipping. You're not doing that. You will employ a doorman of security from a licensed security company. You will install soundproof. You will install more if necessary. Has been operating for 20 years. I agree. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a complaint about noise from Rockwood, so that's not an issue. It's a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows. You will have DJs, live music, third party. You're not having third party promoted events though, is that what you said?
I can agree to that, yeah.
So you will have DJs, you will have live music, you will not have third party promoted events. You are having events with cover fees though, correct?
Yes.
And you are having scheduled performances, so we'll leave those unchecked. In terms of DJs, is there a set number of DJs per month, per year?
I mean, to answer your question directly, like I'd prefer not to log in only because I mean, again,
Well, I think
that it just creates the community a lot more, having people kind of be like, oh, I'm going to be playing my playlist or spinning some records or, you know, however it might look. So, I mean, is 5 reasonable days a week or?
5 days a week.
5 days a week.
So I think more so than maybe limiting to the number of times is we just need to describe. I would feel more comfortable if we just describe what type. You're saying DJs will be curated playlists. They will not be outside DJs coming in to promote a DJ night. Is that right? Is language okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, the term playlist and usually kind of means like, you know, Spotify but it will be maybe vinyl. It might be CDJs they're called, you know. Curated
music, it'll be basically curated music. I don't want to say, as you said, it could be a band that's doing it, but curated music, it will not be outside promoting DJs promoting a DJ for the night. Is that
right? Yeah, and not dance music, like not electronic dance music. You know, however you want to. Yeah.
There will not be outside DJs promoting. There will not be outside promoted DJs
throwing events or anything. Yeah.
Hosting events or DJ nights.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Nick?
Yeah, just in-house, you know, in-house DJ nights, I guess, or.
So it isn't going to be on the background business, so we'll leave that unchecked.
Yeah.
Will not apply for method of operation change without coming to CD3. Will not have pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink special included in brunches. We'll have a happy hour end by 8 p.m. Will not have wait lines. We'll have a staff person responsible for ensuring the crowds, no crowds or noise. Will post these stipulations by the liquor license. May contact the owner, the number below, Nick Bedore, and it's 917-687-0296.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. That being said, everyone agrees. We'll move to a committee vote. John?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Guillermo?
Yes.
Clint? Yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay. The motion passed. Your item was approved. We will be sending out the stipulations within the next couple of days. You, Frank, you know the drill.
Can I just say one thing, Clint?
Yes, go ahead.
You're not voting on this till September?
Correct. Yeah, it won't be voted on technically. The full board.
So give me a few days. I want to email Susan an advance 30 notice with the proper corporate name on it. That way we'll have the proper name on the stip.
Okay, that's fine because I'm not dying to get these tips out tomorrow morning. I'll tell you the truth. So,
well, the SLA won't take advance 30 days with corp to be formed.
Yeah.
So I've got to redo it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Frank. Send it in and we'll put the correct.
Nick, as soon as you get the name, give it to me.
Perfect. That works.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Good morning.
Well, let's come to first. 302 room and then. Okay, so next item is number 14, 302 Broome Street. The applicant is here. Please raise your Zoom hand. Oh, Frank again. Okay, and then is Frank your attorney yet?
I'm sorry?
Is Frank Willow your attorney?
Yes, Frank is my attorney.
Yeah, I thought he had raised his hand and signed it. I think we promoted him. Okay. So I'm gonna read a quick summary here.
Okay.
302 Broome Street LLC doing business as Dumbo is seeking a full premises license for the premises located at 302 Broome Street between Forsyth and Elder Street. It's an application for an establishment up to 140 people, 2 floors containing 29 tables and 131 seats, including 2 bars and 20 seats and 16 stools with a full kitchen and food prep area serving food during all its operation. No television with live music, DJs, recorded background music. There are 16 floor premises licenses within 500 feet. This location previously housed the restaurant Stone Pizza, Omar's, and Better Days. The latter of the two, which both had full on-premises liquor license. The applicant has never held a license before, but does have restaurant experience. 34 residents who live within 2 blocks signed petition in favor. It will operate as an American food restaurant. Hours of operation opening no later than 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. 12 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, closing 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, and 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday. So 2 a.m. during the week, 4 a.m. on the weekends. It will not use any outdoor space for commercial use. We'll close the front of the stock doors and windows at 10 p.m. We'll play live music and have DJs at entertainment level. We'll not have healthcare for party buses. We'll not have happy hours. Everything else. So, okay. Based on that brief summary, is there anything you'd like to add, change, correct?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
It was accurate, Clint.
Okay. Is there anyone here? Okay, so that being said, we're going to move to the public. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak to this item? Thank you for patiently waiting until 10:45.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay, I think we have.
Definitely enforce the timing.
Hey
We
guys.
have.
Can you hear me?
Yep. I think is it? I'm sorry. Is it Armor?
Yeah, it's Amr Sultan. That's right.
And we got a couple of emails on this one.
Yes.
right. So it's 2 minutes to.
So Armor, you can go ahead and speak. We're going to give you up 2 minutes.
All right, cool. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank everyone for the time this evening and the opportunity to just speak on this application. I'm a resident at 302 Bream Street and have been for 4 years. And as with the tenants in the building, we've had several pressing and unheard concerns with previous businesses, as well as the property group that handled Chris Barrett's previous operation called Stone Pizza. And that business is operated on the first floor and basement floor of our building. Although I understand that, active and past complaints that have been filed with the Department of Buildings, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Sanitation, as well as the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, may not directly affect the decision of this specific licensure. This business has, in the past egregiously overstepped the boundaries from which they operate. And if you guys could clarify, it sounds like you're maybe buying the business off of him, or I'm not entirely sure, but you could clarify after I'm finished. They allowed the indoor use of tobacco and marijuana products, which the smell of these products rose through the building and lingered for days on end, which violated the Article 13 of Public Health Law, which is the Clean Indoor Act, or Clear Indoor Air Act, sorry. The business also operated on weekends or Thursdays only. And because of that, they'd be placing a full operating restaurant's weekend of trash outside early for days on end. Because of that, the Department of Sanitation, had several complaints filed, and they would place it early because the business doesn't operate during the week, nor does it have operators during the week. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the neighborhood, but, I love the neighborhood again, but the block has had trouble with a lot of unhoused peoples that also struggle with substance abuse and other mental health issues, where they will pick through the trash, etc., and then spread it all over the block. And then that also furthers the Department of Sanitation's decision to not collect trash. There have also been several noise complaints over the years. I only have like 2 more things, and then I'll wrap up. I'll be quick. I'm sorry. Yeah, no worries. But essentially, we've dealt with this before, where these businesses disguise themselves as restaurants, where the real concept behind it is a late night club. And we have issues with egress out of the building because the business has an egress that leads into the residential portion of the building. We've had inebriated customers or patrons end up in the residential side of the building. And on top of that, again, we have only one main egress and entrance for our building that is usually blocked up by a long queue of patrons waiting to get into that specific business. And, you know, we've dealt with this for years on end with, you know, a real smoke and mirrors type of business, quite literally in Chris Barrett's scenario, because they're smoking inside. But yeah, I'm not alone with these sentiments, and, you know, I strongly urge the SLA and both the DCA to reject this application and kind of look further into it and also audit the existing stipulations.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, when you reported the smoke to Department of Health, did you get a response?
I did, and you know, they said within 60 days or 90 days that they would have someone out to try and, you know, issue a warning, and then they had warnings issued in the past, and then beyond that, it's hard to catch them when they're open because they did not list hours of operation. They kind of opened on Instagram when they wanted to. They would promote that they were open.
We're going further than we need. It is documented, though. The Department of Health did issue warnings. It is documented.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And just, I mean, yeah. Going on to the next, it's OD.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm owner of one of the residential units. We've owned the property for over 5 years, and we've kept it as a family property until last year. And the major reason why we ended up, my son leaving the property, was because of the constant smell and disgust and hygiene of the units below, the stone pizza. As far as I can see and understand now, that this new operations, again, have no knowledge how they relate, have no knowledge whether they're still going to keep doing stone pizzas. But it's very concerning to hear that there's going to be 140 people there. I mean, this is a residential block majority. There's 8 units of us, so it's residential. And to see 140 people just about there nearly every evening, the noise level and everything's disturbing. In addition, the current tenants, they have outstandings. They have caused a huge amount of grief within the residential block for people because they were not giving the assurances to an insurance company, re their fire hazards that we needed certificates, and we nearly lost insurance of that, which meant that we were breaching our mortgages. They have got no consideration of the residents who live there, in my opinion. I can think, you know, I can name on that there's a building violation code still out there that they haven't met. So, you know, and as they said, we've had health boards. I mean, they've really given no consideration to us and the neighborhood, which does have a very large, diverse population of people, and having a restaurant or nightclub or whatever this is going to be, because 140 people will end up being a nightclub there, is only going to cause more distress around our neighborhood. And you know, that's a problem, a big problem.
Thank you, Amin. Thank you. So I do want to clarify one thing, something. Stone Pizza has been around for many years. We've had a location here in a different area of East Village, and it was very difficult because they were operating, they didn't have a liquor license, so we had no say or control. They never came to us. They were operating illegally before cannabis was even legalized. And even then, when it's been legalized, it still has been legalized for on-site consumption as they have been operating. So I'm not defending or saying anything for or against that. I'm just saying that's a very, very different business. With this location, we at least have some say, and there are state agencies that know what to do and control the liquor laws. So I understand the issues you've dealt with, and I'm not saying necessarily this is going to be any better, but I can say it can be more controlled and different than what you experienced with Stone Pizza.
Well, I'm going to be very honest. From our current experience right up to date, we're not seeing any change. Yes. I mean, we're still having problems. They're still putting litter out. They're not doing anything. They're not paying their bills. So us residential are covering the cost of the place. So I'm sorry, they have very little respect for us. And I don't believe that they will ever change. Yes.
But I understand that I will say one thing, that in one way though, that does have nothing to do with this current applicant.
It may not, but it's showing the character of the person, which means what you give. If you approve a license, they're not going to adhere to whatever you say. They will continue to do what they want to do. It's just been shown constantly. So this is showing character of person or business behavior.
Dean, I want to clarify something, Odine. This applicant is not there currently. He is not operating there.
Well, he is operating. He's put it for 302 Broome Street. Has he not?
No, it's a new applicant. He wants to open up something new there.
This is a new applicant that currently has not been operating at 302 Broome Street at all. He's applying to operate there
to replace
what has been there.
If I could also offer to you, if you're working with agencies, even if there's no license, and you're not getting a good response, the community board can help you. So we could have worked with Department of Health to make sure that the smoking stopped, that they got large pots, that kind of thing. So in the future, I hope that you don't have those problems again, but in the future, the community board can help you with those problems.
Okay. Well, then coming back, if this is meant to be a new application and Stone Pizza is meant to have gone, I'm not living there currently, so I can't validate whether that statement's correct or not. Other residents could. 140 people, 2 floors. This is going to be a nightclub. And I'm sorry, as a resident living there, I mean, we've really had to put city windows in. It's noisy. There's going to be a lot of unrest there in that neighborhood. There's a lot of diverse people, so it causes a lot of unrest. There's only, as they said, one escort into the place. They can come up to our place through the lift. Yeah, there's not proper security to keep that restaurant within the restaurant.
I know I asked you more questions, but we're going to move on now. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We have many other people to speak, so. Next person to speak, Jeffrey Hanley.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. I'd just like to reiterate on what we've heard from the other owners. I'm a owner at Broome Street as well. We've put in, I mean, the amount of noise and the past disruption. I mean, this property has a history, I'm sure. I know there was a lot of police complaints in the past. I know it's not the same operator, but a lot of the same issues are going to remain. Access to the building is difficult. As soon as they operate it late at night, it is noisy. We had to put in city windows, and even that, because of the level of noise that's generated from the property. I don't know whether the property has been ever certified with the correct levels of noise dampening. 4 a.m., this is going to be a nightclub. Why else would you ask for a 4 a.m. license?
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you.
And with that becomes sidewalk issues that were traditionally recorded there, and as I said, access issues and inappropriate behaviour.
Yes.
There needs to be some way that they can stop people accessing the building. That is one of the problems.
We decide to move forward with that would be something we would address. So we can discuss that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Those issues. Okay, next we have Catherine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I've been a tenant in this building on the 6th floor since 2017, and I've seen it all, but never, ever. And I've been in the Lower East Side my whole life, but never have I seen the utter lack of transparency, except for the utter lack of transparency, the disgust, the filth, the attitude, no one not really caring how if they're getting us sick or not. Our constant complaint about Stone Pizza, and I understand, Ed, this is not, you're not Stone Pizza, but how come you didn't come to us? Why didn't you talk to us and, you know, try and get our signatures? How many signatures did you get? I would like to see the floor plans. I want to see who's responsible to remove the stuff that's on the roof that almost knocked which caused structural damage to my apartment. And these people just left it there. So is it the same management company? Is it the same landlord but different operator? No, it's got to be wrapped up. We want whoever, I believe, and at least for me, I believe that there's a way to do it and there's a way to work with the community since we were here first. And but if you don't work with us, we're going to keep running into the same problem, and there's no transparency. Whether you think you have to give it to us or not, I mean, what does the diagrams look like? We would be the ones that would help you succeed. However, not feeling safe coming into my apartment, not being able to access it, waiting for somebody to like turn the corner, take a defecate every single day, you know, we're all our packages are stolen. Who's going to protect me? People are just randomly loitering in the stairwell. Can you imagine? And if I took you upstairs right now, CB3, you would see, and I will bring you upstairs, but you will see how terrible it is up there. And what I personally and my neighbor Ben has had to, who is actually moving out, we've had to endure. And that just goes for not only Stone Pizza, but Omar's was kind of cooler, but happy days or happy endings. There was a girl that was raped. There was constant, like, it was just horrible. Constant, like So
Catherine, we're gonna move on. So we have Documentary Girl next. And please, if Documentary Girl, I'm not sure what your real name is, but if you can at least keep it focused to the application at hand. I understand you've had a lot of, and I'm not sure if you live in the building, but there's been a lot of issues. We've heard a lot of things, but unfortunately, a lot of the stuff we've heard is outside of our purview. So if you can keep this focused on this application, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi,
Please go ahead.
it's still me. I am a Documentary Girl. So my point being, to keep it on this application, 140, it's like deja vu. How are you going to control this?
Yeah. So I thought we had Catherine speaking.
Yeah, no, both Catherine and I was Documentary.
But she said it's still her.
Oh, it's the same person? Oh, okay. We never.
Okay, who's next?
Okay, well, let's go 4 minutes.
Yes. So if you're Catherine, then that's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
So I think, is that everyone that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Frank and Ed, I'm gonna give you a chance to respond to all of that. I know there was a lot mentioned, so.
Are there 3 more months?
I'm sorry, Clint, the occupancy here is only about 127. To start with. Secondly, as you rightly pointed out, we have nothing to do with this. This illegal.
One last person that raised their hand, we're gonna give them a quick 2 minutes, sorry, Frank. So Bailey, you have 2 minutes to speak, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm going to keep it short. I think everybody else has covered all the issues we've had for the last few years. Since it's a new establishment that's coming in, I understand. Our biggest issue is the noise. What are we going to do with the noise? Because we live on above the restaurant. And when Omar's came in, they promised that they won't going to be any music after 11 o'clock because it's going to be a restaurant on the ground floor. and the music was going on all the way to 2 and 3 o'clock a.m. And the same thing with the last Stone Cold Pizza, whatever they called. So we can't sleep. It's very, very hard. We can't sleep. And that's amongst all the other problems, the weed and all the other problems. So that's all I want to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for being brief. Okay, so now Frank and Ed, please give us a
I'm sorry.
response to what you
Yeah,
just-
I'm trying to remember. I think one of the people that said there was 140 people or something like that. It's not. It's closer to 125, even less than that.
I mentioned that.
Obviously, what's there, right?
I said 100 in my summary, so that if that was incorrect, I can.
Okay. And what's there right now is an illegal weed shop. It's
right.
It's a freaking armpit right now, if you excuse my expression. We have absolutely no association with the current operation.
It's not illegal.
No, but is it an illegal weed shop or is it Stone? Is Stone Pizza still there?
Yeah, they're still currently there.
Yeah, so it's not even a weed shop. It's a full-fledged pizza shop that sells cannabis-infused pizza, cannabis-infused drinks, cannabis. We've dealt with them on 4th Street for years before it was even legalized. We had an issue with them up here, so we know all about Stone Pizza. It's a little hard to do something about them, but anyways, go on, Frank. I'm saying it's a little more than even just an illegal weed shop. It brings in, it's a very different crowd too. So
Well, we would be replacing them.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I don't think that was clear to everyone else, but we on the committee are aware of that.
Yeah, they're still there.
And I asked about the exit. Where people mentioned an exit from this business into their residence, which sounds very strange. Is that true?
I used to represent one of these tenants. There cannot be access from the restaurant to the public stairway. It cannot happen to the public hallway. We will stipulate that will absolutely not happen. Residents of this building should be entitled to feel safe in their own building. I know what went on in the past was during COVID, and I believe the people who were there before were using the residential stairway there as a way to get around not being seen because you couldn't go into during COVID. So I don't know whether the pizza place was doing it. I do know that the place that was before the pizza place was doing it. It cannot happen, and we will absolutely stipulate that people do not use that entrance. Correct, Eddie?
Yes.
Yes,
There's an elevator on the plans though.
as you're right, Frank, that is illegal, but yes, that is something we would obviously ask of you that there is no access, or they are not using the residential.
What about access to the elevator?
What elevator? Can you describe where the elevator?
There's an elevator in the plans.
In the plans, in the back,
Just goes to the basement, right?
Yeah.
Just goes to the basement, doesn't go to the building.
Mm-hmm.
But is it from within the business or from the residential area?
From the plans, it looks like it's on our space.
I'm
Do
sorry.
you know it? You know, I can't tell. I think the architectural drawing, when it's the thick shaded, means it's out of the premises. Clint, I think you could correct me if I'm right.
The business is going into the residential. Are you saying that the business has to go into the residential part to access the basement?
Wait, Susan, say that again. You're breaking up.
Okay, are you using the basement for storage or anything?
No.
So you will not be going to the basement at all?
We're not using the basement for storage. It's part of the licensed premises.
Right.
So then how do you have to go into the residential building to access the elevator?
We don't have to.
Eddie?
Oh, we don't have to. We don't need to use the elevator whatsoever. We could even block it off. It makes people feel safer. We fully intend to work with everyone in the building.
You can access the basement from within your business.
Yes, there's a set of
Yes.
stairs from the first floor going down. Yes.
So it sounds like that has to be part of the stipulations.
That's yeah, we're happy to agree to that. Yeah.
That wouldn't be a problem. I don't know that in the past that it was used that way. But
Yeah.
that's crazy. There's no way that should happen.
You would not use an exit into the residential building, and you would not use the elevator which accesses the residential building. You would agree to both of those things.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So anyways, sorry, I know we sidetracked you, Frank, but any other, Frank, or Ed, the things you were going to respond?
No, it's going organically. I'm done. Eddie, do you have anything?
No, it just sounds like there's been a lot of concerns, a lot of things that have happened over the years. I just, anything that does make the residents feel safer, anything that helps, I'm here to work with everyone. And again, we're not Stone Pizza, so anything you guys want to throw out that, makes you feel safer, we're open to work with you guys.
So I do have a question, and I'm not sure Frank or Ed, I'm not sure who completely filled out the application, but I do on there, you didn't specify, is this being planned on operating as a full service restaurant?
It is a full service restaurant. It's basically American Comfort.
I would operate American Comfort, but you didn't check off I would operate a full service restaurant. So I wasn't really sure.
No, I missed it. This is at all times a full restaurant.
Yeah, that's the restaurant.
Full service restaurant serving American Comfort food with kitchen open and serving food during all its operation.
Yes.
Now, back to what you heard us discuss earlier, I mean, you're proposing 2 a.m. during the week, 4 a.m. on the weekends. You don't have any experience necessarily operating a licensed establishment.
Mm-mm.
I mean, those hours are late for even experienced operators. Is this something, are you willing to discuss that and go back? Would you be willing to accept some?
Yeah.
Wait, Eddie, you have experience in the industry.
I do have experience in the industry. I was predominantly I worked in finance for years, and then I was a consultant for restaurants, most notably Zuma. But I am open to discussing almost anything with the residents or whatever makes them feel, safer. We fully intend to work with the residents.
Okay, well, that's good. Thanks. We can discuss those hours in a minute. But is there any other things that members of the committee have concerns or questions about?
The last 3 iterations of this space have been a problem. From happy ending to Omar's. They lost their liquor license.
Yes.
Right?
Omar lost it.
Because of their COVID parties.
Yes.
And that, Stone Pizza. So this operator doesn't have any nightlife experience or licensed establishment experience. So I'd be supportive of cutting it out.
Okay. So
yeah, same. I just can't imagine. I mean, it's a fairly large space. I can't imagine somebody who's.
We did 3 months or something.
Well, I didn't get noisy crowd. I did noisy crowds for the ones. There was 1 or 2. Okay, so I know we just all kind of agreed. I mean, I would be willing, or my thought is to throw out 12 and 1. Is that something you would consider?
12 and 1. What? Thank you.
Yeah, right.
I would be willing to. They want to do DJs.
Well, he wants, and that's the other thing, we need to get to the use, but, they're asking for everything, DJs, live music, all those other things, which also, as part of what I was going to go into was makes me question a full service restaurant issue.
operator.
I mean, you're saying full service restaurant, but I know you were asking for all of those other things. Can you succinctly kind of just summarize what your actual thought is for what you want the space to be?
Yeah, it's basically a trendy restaurant with late night bites and food. You know, there really are very limited options if you want a good burger, a good steak after, 1 a.m. It would basically be like a nicer version of Blue Ribbon on Sullivan. That's one of my favorite restaurants. It's, American comfort food, something like that. I think the building will actually enjoy it. And again, we're willing to work with all the residents on hours, on almost any stipulation. We're coming to be, we want to be welcomed into the neighborhood. And I know it sounds like Stone Pizza has been kind of a nuisance, and other people have been too, but this is going to be a trendy upscale restaurant that serves, high-end food, and we just want to create a fun atmosphere, and that was the intention behind it. So
what type of live music?
I'm sorry.
But we'd be willing to limit the DJs and the live music to a certain number per week.
Like, is it like I don't know, like an acoustic guitar with a singer and a keyboard type of live music? Is that what you're envisioning, like for a restaurant live music, or like a venue?
The idea behind that was maybe in the upstairs do some live shows, sort of like how Mastro's does on 52nd. Just very, very fine dining, just very upscale, elevated dining. We could cut back on that too, if that's a sore point, but I thought that would be better than just DJs every night, or, we just want something to make us more competitive, to stand out in the neighborhood.
How would you feel about the live music in the basement instead of the first floor?
So I checked when one of the residents said it was residential. I just went and checked the zoning map, and it is residential. So it is a little different than having it on Avenue A or First Avenue. You're choosing a residential block. And I do know, I actually didn't get any complaints about Stone Pizza before that. We used to get, but the other businesses complaints every day. So I know the business, and I know this is a new business, but it does very much impact the residents there. And it is you are choosing to open your business on a residential block, which is not where we have, I think you said 50-something business on 57. What?
Mashed.
Okay, so we can't compare it with that. All we have to compare it to is something on a residential block.
Okay. I'm willing to hear out any suggestions. If you want to put it in the basement, we could do that. If you want to, if you want to modify it anyway, I'm willing to work with the
live music.
community board.
The live music is better served. I think the live music is better served in the basement.
Well, that's fine.
Further insulated from the resident.
So I mean, that's a start, but I'm mainly concerned about the DJs. What are you proposing for DJs?
Just
I know you're saying you want it to be competitive, to keep you competitive, but I mean, to me, upscale restaurant doesn't necessarily in some ways jive with DJs.
Again, we're basing that off of STK Midtown. When you walk in, you have a nice steak, but there's always DJ in the center. It's just something to make us stand out. And that was only going to be weekends, Friday, Saturday, but we could scale that a little bit. We could only put that in the basement. All of these were actually based off very high end. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And the DJs are in-house only. They're not outside DJs, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's not promoted events. It's not anything like that. It was, again, this was based off of very high-end Midtown restaurants, and we wanted to kind of take that and, bring it over to Lower East Side.
So it sounds like it's more curated music than a DJ.
Yes. Yeah.
Who's going to be doing it? An employee?
We'll have a resident. It'll pretty much be like a playlist or something. It's not going to be like a new person every night. That's way too far out, but it'll definitely be an in-house person. And just a comment. I'm happy to put both of those in the basement only if that's something that makes everyone feel better.
I mean, and are you proposing like the DJs and the live music at background level, entertainment level?
Background level.
Well, background level, yeah, I don't think entertainment level, it's way
I
too
will
much.
stipulate to that. Absolutely background.
Yeah.
We're not doing entertainment level, Clint. I think actually it's a good idea. I saw one of the residents suggested it, that the DJ and the live music both be confined to the basement.
No,
Yeah, I saw that. I agree with it.
It's not necessary, so I can tell you that's not necessarily gonna make it okay.
Yeah.
Because sound travels.
Can't
slow.
hear Susan.
I have right on 4th Street right now. Can't hear me? I have right down the block right now, even with an acoustic engineer, where we have music in the basement and it travels throughout the whole building. So without it being tested by a sound engineer, I would not assume that it's not going to spread to the building.
Right, because you got the elevator shaft as well as.
All kinds of shafts.
Have you spoken to a sound engineer at all?
I was actually
No,
told
I
it
don't
has
believe
some
so.
of the sound. I was actually told by the broker it has some of the best like soundproofing in the city, but I'm willing to soundproof it even further and get a sound engineer in there if that makes everyone feel better.
I would actually say you shouldn't plan on using in the basement until you get the sound engineer there and can't test it. Because it depends on the building. Some buildings will be great and some will be terrible.
I'm happy to get a sound engineer, run some tests, see what decibels work, what decibels don't. Again, I'm willing to work with the residents. I want them to become regulars. I want them to come down to actually have a nice dinner meal and actually see what we're trying to do. So
I have a question for you, and it sounds like you haven't worked with a sound engineer. You haven't met with the residents at all. It doesn't sound like.
So this was, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Would you be willing to withdraw for this month, meet with the residents, and also meet with the sound engineer to determine what that basement is like in terms of the sound? Because if a sound engineer were able to tell us that that could be isolated to the basement, I think that would make most of us more comfortable. And I think also a meeting with the residents might help a lot of the issues. I mean, as I said earlier, we heard a lot of issues from the residents about previous businesses. We know you're not the previous business. We know you're not associated. It doesn't sound like they know that at all.
Right.
This is a question. I'm not saying either way. It's a question. Is that something you'd be willing to do?
I need to speak with Frank. So this whole thing, the reason we haven't had a chance to meet with them and everything, this sort of brought to me pretty abruptly by the broker. And the way he explained it was there was an opportunity to acquire this business. I think the space is beautiful. It's, just the build out is gorgeous. And the way he pitched it was I could kind of come in, reassign the lease, take it over, or they were going to get new partners for Stone Pizza and continue Stone Pizza. So we didn't really have the time to do that. I'm very open to it. I just want to make sure it doesn't affect the current deal in place. And then, but if.
I mean, Stone Pizza is legally not allowed to be there. So even if they're promising that, now that it's made public, there's a good chance that Stone Pizza can be shut down. So I wouldn't bank on what the broker says in that case.
Oh, okay. So again, I'm getting my knowledge from, I'm getting this stuff from him. If the deal still exists a month from now, then I'd be happy to do that. I just want to make sure that it doesn't kind of mess anything up. But again, I'm happy to put any of this stuff in writing. I'm happy to.
Eddie, can I interrupt you? Eddie? Can I interrupt
Yeah,
you?
sure.
I've been before this community board every now and then.
Mhm.
When Clint makes can I say suggestion, Clint? When Clint makes a suggestion like that, it's usually in your best interest to do it.
Okay.
People will end up with a resolution you will not be happy with.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna.
I'm gonna. I'll accept that. And again, I wasn't insinuating anything with that suggestion. It was literally.
No. I don't. I'm not saying you are. I just know that if you're asking us to meet with the neighbors, I always think it's a good idea to meet with the neighbors.
The reason I was asking is because right now I'm hearing a lot of. I mean, I appreciate you're willing to work with us, Ed. That goes a long way. Yeah. But it sounds like you have a lot that kind of isn't solidified yet. And I would really like to hear a little bit more of what your exact plans are for the space. And again, I appreciate you're willing to work with us, but I would love for you to come back and say, I've talked to the neighbors, I've talked to a sound engineer, this is what I definitely want to do, and this is what we're going to do. I think that would go a long way with me, making me feel a little more confident in what you're planning.
Yeah, I really
That's fine.
Your meeting us halfway on so many different things, and I think taking maybe some time to reassess and talk to the tenants, talk to residents. I think you can reach something that will really fit your vision and really, be what you want it to be, rather than us hammering something out right now. 11:30 at night, you can come back in a few weeks, and then you'll have a really,
And in that same vein, this won't be voted on by our full board until September anyways. So in some ways, putting this off a month, you're not going any further until September anyways. So if it's something we want to do, it's 11:30, I don't think we need to talk about this anymore. If you're willing to withdraw, Frank, can you send an email to the office withdrawing?
Just one question. I will do that. Just one question. Susan, do I have to re-notify? Or you use that yellow slip you used to use?
You just send Ed an email.
Just send an email. We don't have a yellow form to sign person.
Yeah, send it a 30-day form, but you do not have to do it by return receipt or anything.
No.
Just email him the 30-day form and tell him what.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for waiting till 11 p.m. to withdraw, but thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hope to see you again. We'll hopefully see you next month.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. One more. And fingers crossed.
We haven't had a chance to review the petition.
Yes, I did. I did. I got it. Cuts and slices. Please raise your Zoom hands if you are here for cuts and slices. It's not. Okay. I see Ashley. I'm pretty sure. I think I remember Ashley was an applicant. I think there was Ashley and. Is it Ashley and Randy?
Yes, it's me and it's Ashley.
I'm promoting you as a panelist right now.
Okay, we have Ashley here. Ashley, I do want to thank you for patiently waiting. And
how you doing?
Thank you for waiting till 11:30. It's, we're at least active. You're sitting here waiting the whole time, so thank you for that. As you've heard, I'm going to give a quick summary. Do you have an attorney representative here, or are you just here by yourself?
Just us.
Okay, so I'm going to give a quick summary, and then feel free after that to correct or add anything to what I said. So cuts and slashes. Sorry, my mouth is getting tired of speaking all the time. Cuts and Slices is seeking a full on-premises license in the premises located at 321 East Houston between Attorney and Ridge. It's an application for 5 tables, 24 seats, with a counter bar, no seats, serving innovative gourmet pizzas with a full kitchen, serving food during all-outs operation. With televisions running promos and background movies, streaming services, playlists, music, etc. There are 6 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously Milk Burger. Then they did have a full OP license. This corporation has been licensed at previous address at 93 Howard Avenue in Brooklyn since April 19th of 2023. The restaurant opened in 2018. I think there were 0 commercial complaints at this location from 301. We have heard from no residents support or against this item, and we had 12 residents who live within 2 blocks of this location sign a petition in favor. They are proposing hours of 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Monday, Tuesday. They are closed Wednesday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Thursday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. They will not use outdoor space for commercial use, have a closed facade, no doors and windows. They will play ambient background recorded music only. No pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials. Will not have happy hours, etc. So based on the summary, was there anything that you need to correct or change based on what I said?
Nope.
No,
Everything sounds.
everything sounds good. We're excited to be in the neighborhood. My mother was the chair of the community board in Queens not too long ago, so I know how important this is to be present and work with the community. It's really important for us to keep a good relationship with the community. We've been in business for 6 years. We have 2 other locations in Queens and Brooklyn, and we're really excited to come to Manhattan. It's been a wait for a lot of our customers that can't make it to Brooklyn and Queens, so we're really excited.
A lot of people that actually travel from the city
Yeah,
into Brooklyn. We were last year we were voted the most excited and innovative pizzeria in New York City, which is hard to do with there being over almost 10,000 pizzerias in New York.
Yeah, and don't worry, we're not Stone Pizza. We don't offer anything
we don't
like
offer
that.
anything like that. We do specialty pizzas, gourmet pizza like shrimp and lobster black truffle Alfredo gets topped with fresh truffle, or we're actually viral for the oxtail pizza. All of these oxtail dishes you're seeing now, it was probably inspired by us because we were the first ones to start deboning oxtail and using it in dishes. So we just can't wait to we would love to come to the neighborhood and bring our innovative pizza to the community.
And the reason we are applying for a full liquor license is because we have all these unique pies that we sell, and we think it would be great accompanied with a drink. We don't want to just be limited to wine and beer. It would be nice if we were able to give them some
specialty cocktails, because we have beer and wine right now, but really just wine and
we don't really sell beer.
We don't really sell beer.
And we're used to controlling any lines. We're not operating as a club or anything like that. We're a restaurant. We serve good pizza. We give back to our community. At the end of the night, we give out free pizza if we're closed.
To the community.
So
we spoke to everyone in our building. We introduced ourselves. They're all very
excited to have us.
That we were coming. At least that's what they said.
We think there might be someone on here, but we don't know.
They said that they were really excited for us to come to the neighborhood.
The question I did want to ask is, I don't think you had checked off on your application, or you either did or you didn't. Let me just 30 seconds here. I just want to go back on one thing. I don't think you had checked off. And you mentioned it when you just said this, lines. I think you did not check off, I will not have wait lines. You're not, are you playing? You did not check off, I will not have wait lines.
We don't plan to have lines, but people, now that we have more locations, our lines are very
there's no lines.
There's very minimal.
So
now.
when we had those lines, when we had that crazy line back in 2023, it was because we were open for 5 years and we didn't do any delivery. We weren't on any delivery service. The only way for everyone to get our viral pizza was for them to pull up to our Brooklyn location. So this was before we actually opened up the Queens location. And once we opened up the Queens location, we actually did an exclusive partnership with Uber. So now people can get their pizza delivered to them. And
Uber's very excited about us coming to LES too.
Right.
So we work directly with the representatives and corporate Uber. So that should take care of a lot of lines that if we didn't have any. But
I saw your application. I live at C and 2nd, so I walk by there daily, nightly. And that side of the sidewalk, it is fairly narrow. That's not a super wide sidewalk. If you're going to have a line there, it will become a little bit of a problem. So that's the only thing. As opposed to having a line, if you can at least, I don't know, I'm not sure how you work it out, have someone text when they, something text, you'll text when their pizza's ready or something else.
Yes. We have that. We have that system to when they order if they come in the shop and order, we usually tell them, if they order a pie, usually people just grab slices and pretty much go or sit down and eat it. But when people do order pies, which pretty much take 15 to 25 minutes, depending on the pie that they order, they will receive a text message when their pie is ready. But we've probably had the most viral lines in New York City, and we knew how to control them.
We never had any issues.
Since we've opened up Queens, we haven't had any lines like that. I think the lines have now it's just calm now.
Yeah, it's calm.
Every single day. Sometimes, you know,
I think the lines actually scared people away.
because
So-
everybody's like, I don't want to stand online for 3 hours to get pizza.
So we're gonna say, no lines, we're gonna put no lines just because that's a narrow sidewalk and it'll be a problem with people live there, so.
No, I definitely paid attention to the fact that the
we
sidewalk is
checked that
extremely narrow, and I did speak to the deli, and I spoke to the canine business around the corner. So we did say, like, if we did get a line of 20, 30 people, and I really only anticipate a line for us like grand opening. After that, we didn't see a line in Queens at all. We saw a line on where we just hit our 1 year anniversary in Queens, but we only saw.
Really, thank you. Okay. So I picked because we had to put a name. I think Ashley was listed first, so I put Ashley Edwards. Is that okay? Are you going to be the one signing stipulation, Ashley?
Yeah, sure, but it's not a Y, it's L-E-E.
Oh, L-E, okay, sorry for the misspelling. So Ashley L-E-E Edwards, as a qualified representative of Cuts and Slice Incorporated at 321 East Houston Street, will have a full liquor license for a full-service restaurant, specifically a gourmet pizza restaurant, kitchen opens serving food during all its operation, opening no later than 12 p.m. all days, closing Sunday at 10 p.m., Tuesdays and Thursdays at 12 a.m. and Friday and Saturday at 1 a.m. You will not have outdoor space for commercial use. You're not having a doorman. It's a small space. I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, we usually we just have someone if we
If
do
we
if
need
we
to
have,
manage
have
the
a line, we just have usually one of our employees just manage the line.
That's fine.
They'll go every 10 minutes and make sure.
Soundproofing. I will have a closed fixed facade because I know those windows don't open. So closed fixed facade. You will not have DJs, live music, third-party promote events. Any event which a cover fee is charged. You did mention, I think, private parties, but you didn't say how many. When we refer to a private party, it's an entire buyout of the space.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's usually what happens with like celebrity clients, or they'll say we don't want the fans to any fans or anybody to come, so they'll try to book us out for like an hour or two, but
For
it's
like a meet and greet, but
that'll be like at the end of the day.
Controlled, and then they'll make sure that they have any.
Yeah.
How many times per month or per year? It's easier to give a number per year. How many times are you proposing to have a full buyout where you'd be closed for a private party?
Brooklyn has only been bought out twice.
Yeah, 2 or 3 times.
In the last year.
So if you want to.
It doesn't happen often.
8 times per year?
Yeah, maybe 2 to 3 times per year, and we usually, because because our Brooklyn location is as small as LES, we limited it to 20 people. Them having like 20 guests, so it's not like
it's not loud. We'll control the music.
Right. We have a little boom box in there that sits on top of the drink fridge just to create a little vibe when people are coming to really pretty much the experience.
Is 10 times per year? Is that good?
That's a lot. We have never out our 10 times a year, honestly. To be honest with you, so that would be like a lot.
8. Yeah, we're gonna say 8. How about that? You don't have to use them. It's just a maximum amount. Yeah. Okay. So 8 times per year. Ambiance background for music only. Will not apply for an alteration without coming before CB3. Will not seek a change. No pub crawl with party buses, no unlimited drink specials. You will not have a happy hour. You will not wait lines. You will have a staff person to make sure there's no crowds outside. You will post these regulations by your liquor license, and you may contact the manager and we'll correct your name, L-E-E Edwards, and the phone number is 718-552-2652.
Give her your number, because that's our Brooklyn.
That's our Brooklyn location number. Can I give you my cell?
Please do.
Okay, 347.
Yeah.
231 5523.
Thank you very much. So, that being said, we're going to move on to a vote by the committee. John?
Yes.
Stephen? Yes. Guillermo? Clint? Yes. Michael? Yes. Okay. You have been approved. You will be getting an email from the office with the stipulations, with instructions to get them signed and notarized and return them back to us. And then you'll be good to go.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I
Can't
hope
wait
to
for you
meet you
guys.
all.
Yeah, we'll probably come down to the next community board meeting.
Yeah, just to meet you.
Just to meet you guys. We can't wait for you.
Great. We'll see you then, and good luck. Thank you again for waiting until this late hour tonight. Have a good night.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
I want to say one thing I didn't.
Should we end the meeting?
We're done, right?
Yes.
Oh, we need to go to adjourn. John,
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Guillermo.
Yes. Well done.
Yes. Michael. Yes.
End the meeting.
Any. Okay, hold on one second.
I'm gonna